please.
Good evening, and welcome to this meeting of the Boston School Committee. I'm Chairperson Jerry Robinson. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to welcome everyone who is joining us tonight in person, on Boston City TV, and on Zoom. I'm going to ask everyone here in the chamber to please turn off the volume on your laptops or other devices so it does not interfere with the audio for tonight's meeting. Thank you for your cooperation. Tonight's meeting documents are posted on the committee's webpage, bostonpublicschools.org/schoolcommittee, under the December 13th meeting link. For those joining in person, you can access the meeting documents by scanning the QR code that's posted by the doors. The meeting documents have been translated into all of the major BPS languages. Any translations that are not ready prior to the start of the meeting will be posted as soon as they are finalized. The meeting will be rebroadcast on Boston City TV and posted on the school committee's webpage and on YouTube. The recording will be available in all of the BPS languages. The committee is pleased to offer live, simultaneous interpretation virtually in Spanish, Haitian Creole, Cabardano, Cantonese, Mandarin, Vietnamese, and American Sign Language. The Zoom interpretation feature has been activated. Zoom participants should click the globe icon at the bottom of your screen to select your language preference. I'd like to remind everyone to speak at a slower pace to assist our interpreters. I would now like to invite my fellow members and superintendent skippers to please join me on the floor for the presentation of citations. Boston Public Schools is fortunate to include many talented and dedicated teachers and staff. Recently, 2 of our exceptional educators received prestigious awards, and we're thrilled to honor them here tonight. When I call your name, please come forward to receive your citation and then remain standing so that we can all take a group picture. First, we're delighted to honor a German language teacher from Boston Latin School who recently received the Massachusetts World Language Teacher Award. Please join me in congratulating Heide Marie Flerke. Is that correct? Close. All righty, thank you. The award is given to the world language teacher who demonstrates current best practices of teaching and learning, including the integration of the 2021 Massachusetts World Language Curriculum Framework. Ms. Flerke's students consistently remark upon her energy, creativity, and ability to make class interesting for them. Congratulations. Thank you, Sharon. Our next honoree is the recipient of the Massachusetts School Library Association's 2023 Massachusetts Super Librarian Award. Please join me in congratulating Fenway High School librarian Bonnie McBride. Congratulations. Love your breath. I've got some more words.
Oh, you have some words. Jerry has some words.
The MSLA's Super Librarian Award recognizes school librarians who have worked collaboratively in their building to increase family outreach, focus on literacy, establish a culture of reading, and help students improve their research skills through increased engagement and independent scholarship. Congratulations, Ms. McBride.
Sorry, one more picture. Instagram, sorry. The Fenway Instagram. Oh, I gotta follow it. Come on. We've got great content. Thank you.
Yeah, Superintendent, would you like to say?
Just wonderful, celebration of both of our educators tonight. I mean, it just reminds us why BPS is so special, to have dedicated teachers, dedicated librarians who are here for our students and here for our staff in so many wonderful ways. So congratulations again to both of you.
I know you both have early mornings, so you're welcome to leave and continue your celebration with your families and colleagues. Congratulations again.
Making a turn is rough.
Yeah.
We'll begin with the approval of minutes. I will now entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the December 6, 2023 school committee meeting as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. We'll now move on to the superintendent's report. I present to you our superintendent, Mary Skipper.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, everyone. Congratulations again to our educators. So I'd like to begin the superintendent's report tonight with some wonderful news regarding the P.A. Shaw and Charles Taylor Elementary Schools merger. I'm excited to share that the Massachusetts School Building Authority, which we call MSBA, has approved the district's proposal to create a state-of-the-art educational facility for the Shaw and Taylor communities. You can clap. It's amazing news. This morning, the MSBA board voted to invite BPS to participate in its grant program, which will allow BPS and the City of Boston to move this proposal forward. Thanks to a strong partnership among the MSBA, BPS, and the City of Boston, this project will mark a historic milestone because it will be the first elementary school building in the Mattapan and Dorchester neighborhoods constructed in a generation. We look forward to collaborating on this project and working together to ensure that every student we serve has access to school buildings that support an innovative and high-quality student experience. BPS has seen significant growth in enrollment in this area of the city. The new Shaw and Taylor building will meet the needs of these students and give them a place to grow and thrive. Mattapan has been identified as one of the 4 neighborhoods in Boston with highest projected population growth over the next 10 years. Recent Mattapan housing production data from the Boston Planning and Development Agency suggest a continued uptick in construction, leading to continued population growth in this area. There were 451 new units completed between 2020 and through the second quarter of 2023, almost twice as many as there were completed in the previous decade. In 2020, Mattapan had 5.6% of Boston's children aged 5 to 14 and 5.6% of Boston's children under the age of 5, suggesting this is a steady number of school-age children, independent even of the housing construction trends. As we move forward, we are planning to engage parents, students, staff, neighbors, and other stakeholders during a robust and transparent community process. The district will be hosting information sessions and seeking input to ensure this is a collaborative process and an effort that reflects the community's priorities. And I'd like to thank Del Stanislaus, Chief of Capital Planning, Teresa and the Facilities Department, Rebecca Granger, who's here from the city. So many people worked on this proposal, and it really was just a wonderful collaborative effort. Later this evening, we will also address members' questions and concerns about the current exam school admissions process. We will make a brief presentation on the district's recommendations for an adjustment to the policy. So that will come a bit later in the program. Few quick comments about the Office of Equity report and response to articles that have been in the news. School committee members have received a written annual report for school year 22-23 from the district's Office of Equity, and it's also available on the school committee website. The report highlights the office's work over the past school year, as well as goals for the current school year. Similar to the 21-22 school year, during 22-23, the Office of Equity supported schools with over 1,300 allegations of student-on-student bias-based conduct or sexual misconduct, which is an average of about 10 incidences per school. Many of these incidences were not egregious in nature, and they resulted in coaching conversations, bias prevention, classroom instruction, and restorative practices. We believe the continued high number of incidences is a reflection of stressors our young people are experiencing that manifests itself in off-track conduct and an indication of important efforts to ensure all BPS staff are aware of their reporting obligations and available supports. A recent article some may have seen in the media misrepresented the Office of Equity's data, so we hope this report will provide some clarity. I appreciate school administrators' efforts to improve implementation of reporting protocols. We are committed to redoubling our efforts to prevent these incidences from happening in the first place. I want to thank the Equity team for their hard work in responding to every request for assistance that they receive, and their expanded efforts to educate students and staff about their rights and responsibilities. I'm particularly pleased that a new elementary school version of the office's award-winning 24/7 Respect program for middle and high school students is being piloted for K-2 and 4th grade students this spring, and that our expanded Safe and Welcoming Schools team is now available to partner in classroom-level prevention efforts district-wide. An update that you'll hear tonight on finance, FY23 to FY25. So this evening, BPS Chief Financial Officer Nate Cooter and the finance team will present an FY23 to FY25 financial update. This presentation is a precursor to the upcoming BPS budget presentation in February and marks the beginning of the public planning process for the next fiscal year. A few bright spots: more than 200 students and families attended the BPS Division of Student Support's Resource Fair on Saturday, December 9th at the Bowling Building. It was pretty jammed. I was at it. Several BPS departments, as well as over 20 partners, participated and shared information about social emotional support services, adult education, healthcare, trauma response, behavioral health, athletic opportunities, college pathways, and more. The events also included food, very good food, music and prizes, including gift cards. I want to thank Chief of Student Support Jillian Kelton, Deputy Chief Corey McCarthy, and the whole team's hard work on making this event happen. BPS will host the annual Holidays at Bowling celebration of music on Friday, December 15th from 9 until 12:30 p.m. in the lobby of the Bowling Building here in Nubian Square. We invite you to enjoy the sights and the sounds of 500 students who will be representing 20 dance and music ensembles from across the district. It's really a wonderful, joyous time, and the students are so proud to come and to actually just perform and enjoy the season. So we hope to see everyone there. BPS will be sending home a free COVID-19 rapid antigen test with every student prior to winter break. And that break begins on Friday, December 22nd. We are offering the free tests to ensure wide and easy access to an important tool for our students and staff during break. Families will receive robocall reminders about the tests, and parents and guardians, please remind your student to bring a test home. Few reminders on registration. For families, some of the key registration dates for the 2024-2025 school year. Please note that priority registration for K0, K1, and K2 in grades 6, 7, and 9 will be held on Thursday, January 4th through Friday, February 9th. Priority registration for all other grades will be held between Monday, February 12th and Friday, April 5th. And you can always learn more about the dates and visiting schools on discoverbps.org. Before I conclude, just two other updates. First, as it relates to the school quality framework, we shared the memo last week, and I discussed it in my superintendent's report. I've received some questions from members regarding schools that are traditionally Tier 1 schools that move to Tier 2. An initial analysis is due that the framework having a heavy weighting on student growth. However, I've asked the team to do a deeper analysis, and they will follow up with a memo to the committee to answer the questions. They will also be available at the next school committee meeting for questions. Lastly, I want to acknowledge that we have several speakers who have signed up to speak about the leadership at the Gardner Pilot K-8. I certainly understand the school committee's desire to know more information. The district cannot share confidential personal information publicly. This is to ensure the privacy of our employees and to maintain the integrity of any personnel actions. Dr. Drew Eckelson and School Superintendent Dr. Christine Landry are happy to speak with any parent to reassure about the day-to-day support at the Gardner that has and will continue to be provided. Chair, this concludes my report, and I turn it back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent. I'll now open it up to this committee for questions and discussion.
Just a point of clarification, will we have an opportunity to hear a more in-depth analysis of the equity report at a future meeting.
Sorry. Through you, Chair. I'll confer with the Equity Department. I think that there's certainly deeper analysis that we can provide. Obviously, with equity reports, it's confidential, but we can certainly, if we can gather what kinds of questions the committee has, we'll reach out and make sure that the Equity Office is available to be able to answer them.
I have a question. I have a few. What, I guess, one, exciting on the SBA approval. I'm curious if that shifts the timeline for the merger and what new information, sort of, how this changes the next steps in the plan.
Sorry, this mic is a little wacky tonight. So we laid out as best thinking to move forward with the merger piece. I think that the process at MSBA it's a lengthy one, and the next step is a series of checks and documents that we have to provide to them. One of the things that will be looking for and recommending is siting, for instance, of where a new build could happen. So I think for us, we will move as quickly as we're able to with it, but I don't think that it alters what we've put forward right now.
I guess, yeah, that's I think the root of the question. Not altering what we've put forward, and then clarity on timeline for the new build to come.
I will have, through you, Chair, I will have capital planning put together a memo of what it does and does not do.
Fantastic. And then you shared what is really interesting data on Mattapan, and I'm curious, one, we have this population data, because we're citing it, and then how does that make its way into the tool that we've been talking about for the Green New Deal, and how, more than just like, is a building viable, how are we also thinking about neighborhood growth in terms of where we have schools? Because that hasn't been part of the conversation in the way that I've held on to it.
Yeah, through you, Chair. So this is constant conversation with the city around what we're seeing for patterns of school-age children around the city. So that's the reason why the deep work of Green New Deal is city agencies working with school district. So it is definitely going to factor in, particularly in the regional model areas.
Great. And then the last question on the memo that you shared with us about the school quality framework scores. Someone should adjust the volume because the feedback
It is. I know we're hearing it up here.
is bad. I don't know if that's possible. The memo you provided on school quality framework, and then obviously what we've heard a lot of, which is schools bouncing around between tiers and what we consider real or not. Some of our highest performing schools moving into lower tiers. I guess two questions here. You know, one, we don't know the underlying data, and that wasn't shared with us. So will we get that so we understand how the calculations were made? And then for you, what was surprising, and do you stand by the way that these tiers have sort of played out? It's incredibly different than the DESE framework, and so now we have this system that may be confusing to families, like what is right, but also what's the message that we send in this moment of some confusion, particularly as this is the most real information families have as we move into a decision-making time.
Right. So the team will be available at next school committee for pointed questions. And again, I'll make sure that they can provide the data that's underlying or thereabouts how we got to the formula piece. I think the opportunity is that it actually extends beyond just academic scores. And the idea is to really be able to see a school more holistically. This has been a trend in education. I think BPS has been a leader in this well before my tenure. And I think it's important because I think, when you talk to students or parents or staff, it gives a holistic picture of what you can expect that when you look just at a profile with quantitative measures, you don't get. So I do stand behind it because I think it's a wonderful way to engage with the school. There's a lot of information up on the site so that you can actually go into a school and see what areas, they scored high or low, or what areas of growth or excel. And so I think for a prospective parent, it just adds another layer of information that as a parent I would want.
Yeah, I guess the part that will always be hard is that it like also provides this grade. So you're like looking at like, I don't like a Boston Latin that's now a tier 2, and it doesn't, I guess it just doesn't connect. And I know we'll talk about this more at the next meeting, where you're like, okay, well that has a 96 or 98 or whatever percent accountability score, and then a school with 3 or 6 can be in the same tier. And so I think we'll just have to, we may just have to pull that apart in the next meeting, like what that means, how we get there, and then I guess it starts to, there becomes more clarity about like what we weigh as quality.
Yeah.
And then it would, I think that is an important message to hear from you, right? Because like, what is quality then as a system, and this is how we weigh it.
Right. I think in part we had a lag of updating because of the pandemic, and so I think it represented a larger body of data than a year-to-year change. I think the other thing is growth, as I was sort of mentioning, is sometimes not what folks are thinking about. They think about performance, and growth is really the measure of where students enter and where students exit on particular exams. And so I think it's always interesting to look to say, how can we have the highest growth we possibly can? So that for all students, they're entering and they're exiting, having increased their knowledge and capability as students. So I know the team will be happy to answer any specific questions.
Awesome. I'll hold the rest for them. Thank you.
So I just want to pick up on that a little bit, because thank you, Superintendent, for your comments about that. And we're getting feedback up here. So the school quality framework was interesting because it was originally put together by a task force of the school committee that was appointed and approved by us, and tried to come up with a different framework of how to measure quality, give a quality ranking to the school, or quality rating to a school that was slightly different from the DESE standard, and incorporated some other factors. It was very much a work in progress, and I think the ultimate goal that the task force talked about is they ultimately wanted to get to a sliding scale. You can almost picture on a computer screen, like, what's important to you as a parent? Is it about growth? Is it about achievement? Is it about programs? Is it about safety? Is it about location? And you could slide back and forth and then get a different ranking based upon what you want to get to. Obviously, this is a step in the direction, and as the superintendent said, it was a delay because of pandemic, right? When it was originally envisioned, we were gonna be seeing this regularly, and it was supposed to be a yes and. It wasn't to replace the DESE rating. It was like, here's the DESE rating, here's another rating that maybe incorporates some things that are slightly different. I picked up on your comment, Superintendent, where you said your initial analysis is it's because it appears to be very heavily weighted towards growth versus achievement. So this may be the type of thing that as we dig in, we're saying, okay, it's great, but it's not quite getting to where we want it to get to, where parents have a great indication, so to speak. So it was a starting point.
Yes.
And I think it's something for us to consider, but we should be cautioning folks that it's a yes and, it's another piece of the puzzle. Do not make your decision on a school based upon this one rating or ranking type thing.
Can I just say then, I hope then that, like, if something like that is in beta, that we have to start telling families it's not done, because as a we're here, we have this, and we get to get all the sort of inside baseball, what's next in the play. But if I'm a parent who's choosing a school right now, I'm probably not watching school committee. I don't know what's happening, right? Like, and so someone needs to tell me this is a work in progress, and not, particularly if we think it's every year there's a new iteration as we figure out what's the nature of weighting growth versus performance, with the knowledge, right? Like, if you come in at grade level, there is less room to grow. And so growth will look different at a school where kids arrive more proficient. And so, like, I don't know. What I think the root of what I'm saying is, if something's is not our MVP, then we have to tell people it's in version 1 and allow them to deal with that. Because right now, the consumer, our families, just has this as Bible from us. And I think looking at it, it's really confusing. And it's really confusing. And so I think we really have to be transparent then. If it's like, we're not 100% sure how this is working, we might need to retool it.
Right, and I also think when you do like a whole school framework, it's always good to go back and, you made assumptions and built the weights, and that was done obviously previously, before the pandemic. Those things may have changed now as to what, parents consider, or educators consider a quality choice in a school. And so it's, it likely is worth us going back and determining whether what was decided previously and voted upon are the weights that should continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Blanco Garcia and then
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Muchas familias que de nosotros llegan, que son inmigrantes, que no hablan el idioma.
So many families who are arriving and are immigrants do not speak the language.
Y sé de muchas familias que, incluyendo, han estado llegando a escuelas donde evidentemente no tienen el programa Duolingo, porque solo estamos limitados. En el distrito de Boston estamos limitados con estos programas.
And I know that families who are arriving and they go into the schools, which I know that they don't have these bilingual programs, that the bilingual programs that the district has is limited.
Cuando mi niño va a recibir el examen de math, siempre los maestros me mandan un mensaje a mi celular diciéndome, su hijo va a recibir el test de math para que yo lo sepa. Map, yeah.
So whenever my son is getting ready to take the MAP test, the teacher sent me a text message saying that your son is about to take the MAP test.
Hay muchos de nuestros estudiantes que llegan que no saben y las familias tampoco.
There's a lot of families that are recent arrivals and they don't know about this.
¿Ha pensado el distrito cómo podemos ayudar a esas familias que no saben qué es math, que los niños acaban de llegar y están recibiendo un examen que no conocen y cuando terminan el examen salen con una frustración y llegan a la casa diciendo no quiero volver más a la escuela porque yo no entiendo ese examen, yo no entiendo lo que está pasando? Entonces, definitivamente mi pregunta va basado a esa idea, ¿qué está haciendo el distrito para apoyar a esas familias, dándole ese apoyo socioemocional que necesitan para este examen, que necesitan para que los niños puedan entender qué está pasando?
So what is the district thinking on how to help these families when they're recent arrivals and their kids, ask to take the MAP test? They don't even know what's the MAP test. And then when they give them the test, they get frustrated and then they go home. Then they say they don't want to go back to school. So my question is, because I don't know what's going on, so my question is, what is the idea, or what is the district thinking? What's the district's idea to help and provide the social, emotional support for these children to, so what they need in order to take the MAP test, because they don't know what's going on.
Yo puedo saber porque vine en el 2015 a Boston y he ido aprendiendo sobre la marcha, pero muchas de nuestras familias que están llegando no saben. Entonces, quiero saber intencionalmente qué hace el distrito, cómo apoya a esta familia, cómo apoya a estos estudiantes para que no caigan en un nivel de frustración al no pasar el examen.
So I know myself, because I arrived here in 2015 and I didn't know, but I had to learn. But how about those families who don't know about this, and what is the district doing to support these students so they don't fall into that level of frustration of not knowing?
Right. So thank you for the question. So it is, MAP for us it's a universal screener, and it's really it's used by teachers to help identify areas of support that students might need. And that's across all ELD levels, all English language levels. The area of family engagement is one we have to deepen. And so the OMME, our Office of Multilingual Multicultural, is in the process of developing information sessions for families that would provide them an understanding of what they can expect for their child, what the test is used for, what it's not used for, and that really it isn't about passing it or failing it. It's about getting some good information for the teacher of how best to support their child. But that information is really critical to get to families. And so they're working right now to be able to do it so that they can get it in their preferred language. So that is happening actively right now, but it is an excellent point.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I guess my question is also related to the transparency, and also it's a naive question because I'm not quite sure what has been done prior. So, but this seems like this should be the case for any framework that we lay out for the district. And I'm wondering, where is sort of the listening tour? Where is the communication or the external communication to say any framework that we release, how families are getting to understand it in a more palatable way than what we just post on the website or the announcements that we send home. So I am curious as to what has been done already to ensure or to talk more deeply about the framework to families. And then if there's been forethought as to going forward, how the framework is going to be discussed and shared with families.
Right. So I can't speak to the before. Perhaps Vice Chair or Chair can. But in terms of what we are actively doing, this is why the regional networks are really important, because then we can, when we release something, we can actually center the information that gets into schools, school leaders, and families' hands. So this is like where our family liaisons are really critical to understanding what the school quality framework does and doesn't do, or what it means or doesn't mean, as a way of being able to interface with our families. But I also think we could do a better job just putting up instructional videos or things that are like very simple tools that would just sort of help a parent to have context for what it is at a particular grade versus, say, at a high school grade. And so I think that is something that we're actively working on within family and community engagement to say, what are those ways that we can reach the broader community in doing it? Whether it's the school quality framework, whether it's the admissions for the exam schools. I mean, there's so much that we ask our families to know and understand in the district. So the more we can be doing it through the regional models, through our family liaisons, and our school leaders and staff, that is really the effort that we've been doing through the regional model.
I will just share, the task force did have an extensive series of public community meetings to get input to how to narrow it down. But I think, so when they presented to us the recommended framework, it was based upon a lot of community input. But that is separate from, I think, the issue you're raising now, which is how is the district, not just putting out a number, but how is the district communicating it?
About it.
And ongoing basis, right, of what Mr. Cardet has brought up as well, of doing a better job in explaining what it is and how parents should use it, what the other tools are to evaluate a school that you're considering, that type of thing.
Right.
In terms of thinking about the frameworks, again, this was done quite a while ago, and our district has changed. Our families have changed, and what may have been laid out a number of years, it needs to be re-looked at and, reviewed. My question is, too, we almost need to flip it and to ask families what's important to them in looking at a school, because sometimes seeing all of these numbers or some of the terminology, that may be far from what's important to me as a parent. And so where is the balance of the two things so that we are understanding from a school's throughput what is important that they should be doing, supporting, but what are families looking for, and are we critically making sure we are holding those things as high in the evaluation of a school's readiness and supporting, you know, families, so that families do feel they know what is going on. Because, I mean, I just sat and wrote down probably 12 words in just the short conversation that I'm always wondering, how do these words translate? I don't often understand what they really mean in English.
Yes.
You know, I mean, because they are, you know, those kinds of words. So what are we translating, and how are we helping parents to understand? So, you know, I always ask us, can we simplify the language and make it more user-friendly?
I guess two things too, though. Like, is this a school choice tool, or is it a performance management tool? Because, like, when I hear tier 2, or I hear tier 4, or I hear tier 1, like, for me, there's an element of both. That's the transparency here. So there has to be a little bit of both in this, where it's like, is this how we're managing the system? Is Latin at the same level as a school that has a high school with a 6% accountability rate? And that means it gets the same management support? Or is this for families to make decisions? Either way you slice it, for me, I'm like, that seems like a very big window of in a space of difference that I think our categories don't make a lot of sense for me. But I think that is also an important thing to message. Like, is this just really like, this is internal, how we think about tiering schools and what levels of support they get on a regional level? Or is this for me as a parent to make a decision? And if that's the case, I think there is the piece of like, well, what do you want to know? And then there's also the piece, and it's the beauty of education, where it's like, well, these are actually how we measure high quality schools for you and your child. We, but also like the global we, the education community. And that becomes less, there's less like this changes year over year. This is, and I don't know, because I don't know what's behind the data, but the gap between schools in a category, even in the same grade band, seems so far away from each other, unless there's like something in it, like a major culture thing or something that like sets it off to another level. Like, I'm not sure how you're using it for either space, right? Like how it becomes a management tool or how it becomes a parent-facing tool. It's not, I think parents are gonna use it, and I don't know how useful it then is. And it's definitely not useful if we're not telling people this is a work in progress. And right now we didn't release it that way. We released it as like new accountability data, like go forth and make decisions in your school choice process. And like, for lack of better words, like that's a pretty crappy thing to do if we can't fully stand behind the data that is there. And I know we're gonna talk about this later, but it's important. This is like the moment where families are making decisions.
Yeah, we can, again, when this was put in motion years ago, right, at this point, I think in general, when we do policies, it's always good to put the cadence of when we're gonna revisit them. I think sometimes we don't do that. And I think it would be, I think at the next school committee meeting, we can have the group working on it to be able to talk more specifically about the data behind it. I think in many ways, it's much more of a school choice. It's meant to inform families so that as they're thinking about what's important to them, they're able to go in and look at it as opposed to comparing schools in that way. However, I think like with any tool, you can't control how people use it, right? So, but I think these are all questions that I think we can make sure that the committee is, or the ODA is here to talk about.
Thank you. Right. Thank you all. I'll now entertain a motion to receive the superintendent's report. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, the superintendent's report is approved. Before we move on to public comment, I'd like to invite our student representative, Diego Meda, to provide a brief update on the Boston Student Advisory Council, also known as BSAC. Mr. Meda?
Yeah. Okay, as you guys know, I'm Diego Mata. I'm happy to provide some updates about BSAC, reflecting on summer 2023 and school year 2023-2024. Over the summer, BSAC staff ran a 6-week summer leadership program with 23 students. We partnered with local organizations like the Haley House, YouthWorks, and Room to Grow to build leadership skills and to explore the community. Students also worked in subcommittees to build out a professional development focused on adultism, where students presented at the attendance symposium in September on this very topic. Students were able to redesign the BSAC webpage and are working to update that page regularly. BSAC is off to a great start with 62 members. We are currently working with SuccessLink to make sure our students are paid. While we are currently in the early stages of the meeting, we've only had 3 so far, we have began having conversations about new projects we will be working on this year, and will hold our BSAC election soon. A few goals that BSAC is working towards are building out the Fighting Adultism workshop with a few of the schools, with middle grades, to allow students to preview/experience BSAC. And we are hoping to end the school year with the BSAC showcase, where community can see and hear what we've worked on this school year. I look forward to look forward to providing another update next month once our subcommittees and elections are complete. Thanks.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mehta. And thank you to all of the BSAC students who are working to amplify student voices, which is so critical to our work. I'll now open it up to questions and comments from the committee. Comments?
I just have one question, particularly where do you foresee sort of priorities in the future for BSAC in terms of issues that are most pertinent now?
We're currently in the process of making the decisions on what our subcommittees will be, and so once we have that, we're gonna make that decision, and then we'll have that shortly.
Mr. Mehta, thank you for your presentation. BSAC is at its most powerful when it represents the widest range of our high schools in particular as possible.
Yeah.
So are there any obstacles that you're seeing in getting representatives from all the schools, and anything the district can do to help in that regard?
Hi, everyone. Denise Rory, and I support the Boston Student Advisory Council. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. So just to touch on some of our goals for this school year and kind of where we envision our work going, we think it's important that we're able to engage with our middle grade students. So that's a priority for this school year, hopefully being able to partner with community organizations that already serve those groups and populations to kind of come in and do some workshops around student leadership, around student rights, and student voice. So that's some of the work that we're hoping to do this school year. We're also hoping to kind of increase our representation of young men of color in particular on the council. And so our newer staff member, Tawano Haymanot, is going to be running kind of a subgroup of BSAC called BSAC Brothers, which is a space for our young men of color who currently serve on the council to have that community, to have that space, and then hopefully that can lead to a wider range of particularly young men of color joining in on the council over time. And then also working on our subcommittee work, our young people were able to present at the attendance symposium around fighting adultism, and really the different power structures between young people and adults, and how adult allies can break down some of those structures, particularly in the classroom and in other spaces. And so our young people created that workshop and deliver that workshop. And so we're just looking to continue to build that out and make it as engaging and worthwhile as possible. So that's some of the work that we're working on this school year. And that we've continued to work on since last year and over the summer. And then to your question, kind of around barriers, I would say that I think our greatest barrier right now, well, first is space, as many community programs are experiencing. It's just a difficult time to find space to bring all these young people together. So that's a barrier that we're hopefully working through. And then in terms of representation on the council, I think it's been a little lost that, you know, BSAC came from this body, right? That came from the school committee and really is kind of a subset of the school committee. And so kind of reminding our school leaders that we need young people on the council, and it's in their best interest as well to have young people from their schools on the council. So I think kind of re-engaging in that conversation, that it's not just about like having your representative here, but the benefit of the exchange between the young people being here in this space with BSAC, and then also bringing that back to their school communities.
Great, thanks. It's interesting you say that because in years past, when we had high school leaders here, we would routinely ask them, you know, do you have a student representative to BSAC? Do you have a parent representative to SPEDPAC? Is your school site council? And that, it actually, BSAC would find out that all of a sudden they would get a student rep, right? When the school leaders saw it was important. And the chair and I were out at a high school recently, and we asked the school leader, and she said, we've had one, he's a senior. And then we met some extraordinarily impressive young students who were very fierce advocates for the school, and we were encouraging them as juniors to get involved in BSAC. We said, that's the type of voice you want to bring to the district-wide level. So I think we do have to do more to encourage that.
Yeah, and BSAC has a very rich history of bringing forward recommendations to superintendent about policy change. And so I'll look forward to getting some of those this year. But I think it's a place where our students experience education front and foremost. And so they have very unique insights into policies that work and don't work, and sometimes unintended consequence of a policy. And so I think it's always great to see what students come up with. So definitely we'll look forward to that. And I know you've done a great job reaching out and getting the participation, right? And the thing is high school students are very busy.
Right.
And that's always one of the tensions is, you know, they have jobs and care and their academics. So it's often hard, right? And that's the reason why sometimes getting the younger students and getting them involved younger actually yields a higher number of students that can participate.
Well, Superintendent, just to the point that you raised, our high school students have an M7 pass, which works for all 7 days, 100%, because the advocacy of one of Mr. Mehta's predecessor as a student rep, who patiently explained to the district and to this committee the value of having 7 days because of jobs and so on and so forth, and made it happen. And that was 100% because of the student rep. So.
That's right.
Just a follow-up question, just to make sure I heard you correctly. You said that one of the barriers was the space for meeting.
Physical space, yes.
Where are you all meeting currently?
Well, we currently meet in this room. We currently meet in this room when it's available. And so we have to work with the city to, you know, find availability to find the space for 62 young people, and that can be challenging. And a huge thank you to Fenway High School, who hosted us this past week as well, because there are just a lot of constraints around space. We like to meet in this space or in a more neutral space, because then, you know, it can get to be like a little bit of favoritism if we're at one school versus another. But hopefully in time we'll be able to, sooner than later, figure out our kind of space constraints, but kind of working on the fly when we need to find a space to house anywhere from 40 to 60 kids, depending on who shows up for meetings that day.
I'll connect with you, make sure I connect with you, so I think I got a space for y'all.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Hi, thank you for the update. I actually almost forgot that there was BSAC. I've only been here since August, so it's nice to get an update and sort of see that our young folks at BPS or Debt Free using their voices to be heard. I think when it comes to space, I'm a huge advocate of prioritizing our BPS spaces for students to gather. I mean, that's why we're here in the first place. So if there's a way to look into the school academic year and making sure that the selected days that you all meet, that these spaces are being available to you all first, that would be my strong recommendation. The second thing that I wanted to mention, one of the goals, so you mentioned the pilot, BSAC Brothers, creating that safe space. I know that the mayor's office announced the Rich 1,000 mentoring program, which it is a collaboration with BPS. So I was curious if that's like a program or something that could be, collaborating, either sharing resources or trying to figure out how to recruit students to not only be on BSAC, but also to take advantage of that particular mentoring program. Not sure if BSAC is involved in that already, but just wanted to amplify that.
We're not involved in that particular program, but we do work very closely with the academic mentoring program here with Jermaine Tulloch. We've worked with the Black Male Advancement in the past around their HBCU tours, and Corey McCarthy is also, very connected. So, this is kind of just a brainchild and we're going to try it out, but we would love to connect with other organizations that are already doing this work and just creating as many spaces for our young males of color as we can. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
I just had a quick question. You say that you have 63 members. What is the representation? 62 members of, so how many different schools are there? Multiples?
We are missing all but 9 schools.
9 schools.
We're only missing 9.
Yep. So some of our students are returners. So we give priority to students that have sat on BSAC in the past. We're trying to balance, right, the want to be on BSAC, and it's hard for us to turn students away. But if we do have multiple, more than 4 representatives from one school, we'll typically have to scale back on recruiting from those schools. And so it's a little bit of a dance between yes, we want as many young people in the space as we possibly can, and we also want to make sure that all of our schools are represented. Many of the schools on the list are also our alternative ed programs, and so we know that many of those students need, at least a part-time job, at least 20 hours a week, and they're dealing with, other circumstances. So we are able to pay our students through SuccessLink, but there are constraints around that as well, right? A limited amount of hours, programming, and all those things also come into play. But we have until January 14th before kind of the SuccessLink cutoff for the city of Boston. So we're working, diligently to connect with folks on the school level to make sure that we have as many representatives as possible. So I think next month we'll have a little bit more of a snapshot of kind of what we have officially, and I'm happy to bring it broken down by schools as well.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? If not, thank you both, and we look forward to updates in the future.
Thank you so much.
We'll now move on to general public comment. Ms. Sullivan?
Thank you, Chair. The public comment period is an opportunity for parents, caregivers, students, and other concerned parties to make brief presentations to the school committee on pertinent school issues. Questions on specific school matters are not answered at this time, but are referred to the superintendent for a later response. Questions on specific policy matters are not answered at this time, but may be the subject of later discussion by the committee. This meeting will feature 2 public comment periods, with the first period limited to 1 hour. Priority will be given to those testifying in person. Time permitting, the committee will then open it up to virtual testimony. After 1 hour, anyone who has not testified will have the opportunity to do so at the end of the meeting. We have 17 speakers this evening. Each person will speak for 3 minutes, and I'll remind you when you have 30 seconds remaining. If your remarks are longer than 3 minutes, please email your comments for distribution to the committee. The time that an interpreter uses for English interpretation will not be deducted from a speaker's allotted time. Speakers may not reassign their time to others. Please direct your comments to the chair and refrain from addressing individual school committee members or district staff. Please state your name, affiliation, and what neighborhood you're from before you begin. We'll begin this evening with Kelly Donahue, followed by Maura O'Toole and Vivian Ho.
Good evening, Superintendent Skipper and the school committee members. My name is Kelly Donahue. I'm the librarian at the Hennigan K-8 school in Jamaica Plain. I'm here this evening to discuss the importance of our school library programs and emphasize their vital role in promoting equitable literacy and student success, and urge you to continue your support of the BPS Library Strategic Plan. I'm in my second year in the role of librarian at the Hennigan. Prior to that, I was a teacher in BPS for several years. From this new perspective in the library, I have seen how students behave differently when they're allowed to make choices in what they're reading and to have some agency over their own decisions. In fact, this is referred to as reading for pleasure, and it is very empowering. Reading for pleasure is more than just empowering. Recent research has shown that reading for pleasure has profound cognitive, emotional, and even health benefits for students. I've shared with you previously a 2023 Cambridge University study of over 10,000 American students, which found that among other benefits, reading for pleasure increases brain volume and density, improves cognitive ability, vocabulary acquisition, reading comprehension, performance on standardized tests, and overall mental health. Simply put, reading for pleasure, a relatively low-cost endeavor, can have massive benefits in several aspects of student lives and can even counteract some of the challenges that poverty creates. Librarians are also information literacy teachers. I teach several classes in information and media literacy to students in K through 8 in collaboration with their classroom teachers. What that means is I teach multiple lessons on research skills such as how to locate and evaluate sources, how to recognize fake news, how to cite sources, how to analyze and synthesize information, and to create original writing that is clear and effectively communicates to a specific audience. These information literacy skills are essential to 21st century learning. School libraries also promote equitable literacy by helping ensure that all students, regardless of ability, socioeconomic background, or linguistic background, have access to a wide, diverse range of books, authors, genres, and materials that can provide entry points for their learning. The extraordinary commitment that this committee has made to school library programs via the strategic plan is already reaping positive benefits in schools. In my school alone, the students went from checking out no books to over 4,000 last year. The library space serves as a gallery for student work, presentations, performances, often in collaboration with community partners and families. I urge you to continue to support and fund school library programs and to come visit our library spaces to see for yourselves the exceptional impact they are making in children's lives.
Thank you.
Hi. Good evening, Superintendent Skipper, Chairwoman Robinson, and members of the Boston Public School Committee. My name is Maura O'Toole. I'm a lifelong resident of Boston, a BPS graduate, and the mother of 2 former BPS students. I'm currently in my second year as the teacher librarian at the Linden K-8 in West Roxbury. Up until 2020, I worked as a library paraprofessional at a number of Boston public schools. I'm here this evening to celebrate Bonnie McBride and also to testify about Boston Public Schools' investment in school libraries over the past 2 years. From a low of 27 certified librarians and 33 library paraprofessionals working in 56 schools in 2016, we now have 90 staff members working in 72 schools. There are 70 certified librarians working in 67 schools and 13 paraprofessionals supporting those schools, as well as 5 solo library paraprofessionals. Our largest high schools have 2 teacher librarians each. We also have 2 certified librarians who run the library services department here at the Bowling Building. Many former library paraprofessionals, myself included, have been able to grow into certified teacher librarian positions. Currently, there is a cohort of teacher librarians who are working on waivers or provisional licenses, completing a program designed by BPS Library Services in conjunction with Mass School Library Association. In addition to the investment in staffing, there's been an investment in library book collections, with each school that adds a certified position getting a collection of books that align with the district's curriculum. Schools have also gotten a furniture investment. Schools who are in their second year of the investment receive $10 a student to add more books to our collections. This is the first per student investment in almost a decade and helps to keep new books coming. The plan is for every BPS school to have a certified librarian and updated collection by the 2026 fiscal year. These investments would not be possible without the school committee and superintendent support. What was once a dream for many of us has come true, and it is truly a wonderful time to be a teacher librarian in BPS. All of this good news comes with an ask. Bonnie McBride is a super librarian, and her work should be lauded. However, Bonnie has a number of things that have allowed her to thrive that more schools need in order to increase the amount of super librarians in our ranks. First, Bonnie has a supportive administrative team. Her library has a budget to purchase books that is separate from the budget BPS provides. The suggested amount of per pupil funding for school libraries is $20 a student. So Fenway is closer to that number than most BPS schools because school leaders do not devote funding to their libraries. This allows Fenway High School to have an ever-growing collection of culturally and linguistically sustaining literature that her students are excited to check out. Bonnie's schedule is responsive to her colleagues and student needs. She sees students in classes when they have to do research in library and has students drop by for pleasure. I'm going to finish up, but I sent my comments to you. I'm asking the school committee and Superintendent Skipper to support library programs like Bonnie's, and with your help, we'll be celebrating our teacher librarians, library staff, and library programs across our district in years to come. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Vivian Ho. Is Vivian here this evening? No? Okay. I'll invite our Spanish interpreter to support our next 2 speakers, Julia Reyes, followed by Norman Salina.
Buenas noches.
Good evening, everyone.
Superintendente, vengo en representación de la escuela La Gardner. Queremos saber o que nos clarifiquen qué está pasando allá.
Dear Superintendent, I'm here in representation of the Gardner Pilot School. We would like to know what is happening right there.
Tuvimos conocimiento en una reunión que se hizo de que iban a cambiar el 7º y el 8º, iban a sacar esos 2 cursos.
So it came to our knowledge that the 7th and the 8th grade, they were going to change something there. It came to our knowledge.
Después de esa reunión han surgido otras cosas. Por ejemplo, no tenemos la principal de la escuela. Ahora tampoco tenemos el tesorero de la escuela.
So a couple of things had happened after that. There is no principal at school. There is no treasurer at school.
Y todos los padres estamos preocupados en incertidumbre porque no sabemos qué va a pasar al final.
So there's a lot of uncertainty. We do not know what is going to happen here. All the parents have the same concerns.
Es muy preocupante la situación y realmente nosotros necesitamos, si no pudieran regresar a la principal, a la escuela, y que pueda volver a tomar forma. Y en cuanto a la base financiera y el tesorero, por igual, estos niños puedan recibir sus beneficios.
It is very concerning. We would like to have the principal back. That is one one part. At the same time, talking about the financial part, it is important to have the treasurer back because it is critical that they have the kids, the children, the financial support they need.
Es muy preocupante realmente.
It is truly a very concerning situation, very concerning.
Queremos saber de verdad no tengo palabras. Se siente mucho temor de que los niños allí y los padres no puedan recibir los beneficios por no saber la raíz ni la base del problema. Y como le digo, no se nos pidió permiso. Sentimos que es como una falta de respeto lo que está pasando allí y
So there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of uncertainty in that regard because we do not know what the root of the problem was. There's a lot of fear, we don't know what is happening. The most important thing is that the children, the kids, the students are not getting the benefits that otherwise would be available if they were present. There's a lot of fear from the parents.
usted sabe, no se trata de mover mis hijos de una silla para otra, sino el impacto que esto causa a la familia, la inestabilidad familiar que esto crea.
It is not necessarily changing from what the student from one seat to the other. We have to think about the families, the instability that this creates on the family side as well.
Sabemos que si no está la principal, sabemos que si no hay un tesorero, que es la persona que se encarga de mandar carta para pedir, ¿no? Para ayudar a esas familias y a esos niños, y esa persona no está, imagínense. El personal que está ahí, en representación de ellos, no tiene el conocimiento de cómo se manejan esos beneficios dentro de la escuela.
So it is critical to have these two positions there. It's critical to have not only the principal but the treasurer as well, because only them have the knowledge of how to operate school, the operational part of it. Unfortunately, the people that are there do not have the necessary knowledge on how to deal with those situations, on how to allocate benefits for the students. They do not know that.
25 seconds.
¿Perdón?
How many seconds?
25.
Wow, quisiera decir tantas cosas, ¿no? Quisiera ser escuchadas, de verdad, porque hemos tratado de alguna manera hacer que nos escuchen en la Escuela Pública de Boston, pero no recibimos nada de ello y creo que ha sido una falta de respeto la forma en cómo han hecho las cosas, y para mí como padre y muchos padres yo siento que es una injusticia lo que están haciendo, el no dejarnos saber realmente cuál es.
So I do believe there's a lack of respect there. There's an injustice being made to the parents and not informing us what is happening. There's so many things that I would like to say, but unfortunately the limitation of time, it's a lack of respect, it's an injustice.
Muchas gracias por escuchar.
Thank you very much for hearing me.
Our next speaker is Norman Salina. Is Norman with us? No? Okay. No? Okay, we'll hear from Jake Dempsey, followed by Paula Martinez.
Hello, my name is Jake Dempsey. I am a parent at the Gardner Pilot Academy. I'm also a governing board member. I've been a parent at the Gardner Pilot Academy for 8 years, and I have zero concerns with the health and safety of my children and the other children at the Gardner Pilot Academy. And I want to say that again, I have zero concerns. I spend a lot of time at the Gardner. As a parent council member, now as a governing board member, I volunteer there. I offer a DJ club in afternoons. I spend time in the halls when the kids come out after school. It's boisterous and it's chaotic, but it's in the way it's supposed to be at the end of the school day. The implication with the removal of Principal Herman that somehow this school community is unsafe for children hurts me. It hurts this school community. I've been very committed to this school, and I'm amazed that a Boston Public School can have the resources that it does, can have the community and the rich learning environment that it does, given the resources that schools have, given that it's a pre-war building. Since the first time I stepped foot in that school, led by another parent who had the same commitment, I now do the same thing. I was just yesterday taking parents around telling them how much I value this school and how great it's been for my kids. But many of the resources that are brought in by Erica Herman, by our Hub Schools coordinator, they are endangered by this action. When Principal Herman was removed, we were told, we were given very little information. I've since learned some of the things, the allegations. They're wholly insufficient, given the severity of removing an acting principal in the middle of the school year during budgeting season. It still boggles my mind, and I try to think the best that people are doing right, but I'm having a very hard time. It's been a tough few weeks. It's been a tough couple of months for the Gardner, when suddenly we were surprised to learn in 7th and 8th grade, we're going to be gone in the next year. Suddenly then, I have to figure out, what am I going to do for my 6th grader? And in the middle of doing that, now this. I wrote all this stuff. I've been thinking about what to say. I just don't know where to begin. I'm heartbroken for our school. Even if Principal Herman can come back, it won't be the same. It'll be harder for us to raise the money, should we even have the people to do it, because of this implication that somehow this school is not a safe place. I was afraid of whether I got questions by prospective parents yesterday.
20 seconds.
So I don't even know what the way forward is now that is best, given what's happened. But I implore you to please change course on this and find a way that we can address the concerns of the district without such disruption to our school. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paula Martinez.
Hello, my name is Paula. I'm a parent at the Gardner. Where do I start? I have 4 daughters. My oldest is 21 years old. And if it wasn't for Mrs. Herman, I don't know where do I start when it comes to her, excuse me. When I think of this lady, I think of integrity. She has all of that. And by y'all removing her, y'all not only hurting her, y'all hurting us. All my kids went there. When I decided to choose for my daughter to go to Boston Public School, I remember being in this building. I remember Mrs. Herman not knowing who she was, and she seen that I had Gardner. And she said, that's a good school. And I said, what makes it a good school? She said, home. Right there, I didn't need nothing else. And it's been consistent. All my daughters went there. I have my 9-year-old there right now. And if you are telling me Mrs. Herman is not coming back, you are harming her. I shouldn't hear from a 9-year-old, my principal was removed. That hurts. I should have never heard that from a 9-year-old. And I thought she was just joking. Like I said, where do I start? This is hurting me. I left work to come to this meeting. This means a lot to me. You are messing with my daughter's education right now, removing Mrs. Herman in the middle of a school. We have so much going on. Not only are you messing with my daughter's education, you are messing with all of their education. This school has a lot of immigrant parents. So when you're talking about the math test, this school, Mrs. Herman makes sure the parents understand what's going on about the math test, what it is, okay? So for you to remove her right now, I don't care what those allegations are, I don't need to know. She didn't do it.
Thank you all. We'll now transition to our virtual testimony. Please make sure you're signed into Zoom with the same name that you used to sign up for public comment, and be prepared to unmute yourself and turn on your camera when it's your turn to testify. Please raise your hand virtually when I call your name. Michael Heischman, followed by Audrey Martinez Gudapacum, Deirdre Manning, and Ben Blanco. Please raise your virtual hands. Good evening.
Mike Heischman, Beja, Dorchester. At our last meeting, some BPS students spoke in support of Palestine. Led by Ms. Skipper, you temporarily adjourned the meeting in order to speak with and listen to our children. Thank you for your exemplary action. When Dr. Casilius was our leader and under the able direction of Dr. Granson, Community Equity Roundtables held excellent discussions with the public and school department leaders on a regular basis. On November 21st, I attended a CERT meeting. There was an excellent discussion with your staff and the public. Those who attended were heard. Ms. Skipper, thank you and your staff for reinstating these important discussions. I look forward to attending tomorrow's CERT meeting. How important is it for you to have the respect and support of our community? On November 29th, Beja had an excellent meeting focused on the BPS's policies for our English language learners. Your policies have a long history of harming these children. Most members of your ELL task force resigned in protest against your plans to continue to miseducate our children. Instead of aggressively moving in the direction that would encourage all of our children to become fluent in at least 2 languages, your field policies will continue to lead many of our children to become semi-literate in English and their primary language. On December 5th, I attended and testified at a City Council hearing on the O'Brien School. Despite the City Council's efforts to invite the superintendent, Ms. Skipper did not attend. 2 of our staffers did, and it was pitiful to see their unsuccessful efforts to defend the indefensible, the Wool-Skipper-O'Brien plan. Opponents of your proposal did an excellent job in persuading the council to pass a resolution calling on you to stop this racist plan. For years, the community has been promised a master's facilities plan. What you recently released was called, but it's not a master's facilities plan, it is a rubric. You already have a racial equity tool. Since Ms. Skipper became our leader, she has not mentioned its usage even once. If you continue to refuse to use your racial equity tool and or your new rubric and decide instead to move the O'Brien from the heart of the African-American community to the edge of the city in White West Roxbury, why would you expect the community respect and support your racist decision? Meanwhile, why does the school committee remain silent? Happy holidays, everybody.
Our next speaker is Audrey Martinez Gudapacum.
Hello, school committee members. My name is Audrey Martinez Gudapacum, and my daughter is a 6th grader at the Winship Elementary School. I am here because I have concerns about the new inclusive education plan and its impact on multilingual learners. As a parent, it's very important that my daughter values her Spanish language heritage because I have seen how much it has helped me personally in my career and relationships with others, including myself. At the age of 13, I moved from the US to Mexico without speaking Spanish. I had no supports to help me learn Spanish. I lost 2 school years and often had to get the help of tutors to catch up with my classmates. Despite that struggle, I later found that speaking Spanish helped me enormously in broadening my own English vocabulary and helping me learn new languages. More importantly, I attribute my bilingual skills in helping me progress from being an average C student to later graduating from Boston College and the Harvard Graduate School of Education. Since then, I have worked as both a teacher and an education researcher at Turk, where I am now supporting Boston Public School paraeducators. Outside of my work, I have been voluntarily supporting the English for New Bostonian programs for parents at 3 Boston Public Schools because I know that the only way to help each child succeed is to help the adults who love them know how to advocate for them. Therefore, I urge the Boston School Committee, DESE, and Commissioner Riley to hire more teachers, staff, and school leaders who can speak the language of our families and create more opportunities for authentic two-way communication between schools and families. Hire language proficient paraprofessionals who are representative of the communities where they teach and support them in becoming teachers, for example, with Grow Your Own programs. Provide foreign language classes at all elementary schools in the languages which are most representative of our community so that all of our students can benefit from bilingualism. I have additional recommendations that I have submitted by email, and I appreciate your time. I am also friends with many Gardner School families, and I am very concerned about the loss of Erica Herman. Thank you for your time and attention.
Our next speaker is Deidre Manning.
Hi, can people hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Apologies, I'm not sure what's going to be discussed today for the exam school policy changes, and I don't want to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, but I'm going to operate under the assumption that there won't be changes made sufficient enough to treat 11-year-olds fairly. I'm resident of Dorchester, a BPS parent since 2016, and the sole supporter of 2 minor children. We have heard the term unintended consequences mentioned many times, but I do not believe that the exclusion of primarily tier 7 and 8 students from consideration for exam school seats was unintentional. BPS simulations from 2020-2021, before the poverty rate threshold was lowered for quote bonus end quote points, schools show that students who lived in these neighborhoods, and especially those who were penalized by not receiving bonus points, would not receive seats at exam schools. Students who were assigned, emphasis on assigned, to BPS students that do not qualify for quote bonus end quote points and who live in tier 7 and 8 are doubly penalized. Students who attend BPS bonus point schools like my daughter, who were essentially forced to leave due to disruptive learning environments such as a principal being assaulted by a 16-year-old and knocked unconscious, are let down by BPS administrators a second time when they are excluded from consideration from exam schools. BPS administrators should make existing schools great for all Boston residents instead of driving families to charter, parochial, or private schools. Administrators and school committee members talk endlessly about declining enrollments and the need to merge or close schools. It should not be a novel concept to have families want to send their children to BPS. Instead, BPS holds family hostage to underperforming schools with quote bonus end quote points and seeks to dismantle the only successful high schools available to city residents. As a 7-year BPS parent, I have come to understand that BPS promises results but rarely delivers. I have had countless experiences where I was initially hopeful, then felt strung along as BPS administrators continued to make no progress before I realized that nothing would change. School committee members, please use the power you have to change this intentionally exclusionary exam school admission policy to provide bonus points to children who need a boost in the admission process and to allocate seats based on the percentage of applicants by tier rather than having a third year where 270 or 260 108 applicants from Tier 7 are rejected each year, and a total of 20 from this past year and only 1 from the year before. From tiers 1 through 5 combined are rejected. Make a motion and vote to direct BPS administrators to fix this mess. Please do not allow another year to pass where 11-year-old children are forced to miss out on educational opportunities because adults can't fix the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Ben Blanco, followed by Jean Powers and Amy Fallon. You can please raise your hands virtually.
Hi. My name is Ben Blanco. I taught in Boston for 3 years as an SEI math teacher and a SLIFE teacher, and I'm currently a doctoral student at Harvard in education. And I wanted to comment on the Inclusive Education Plan, which plans to move multilingual learners into general education programs with bilingual support. I wanted to caution the school committee against making such drastic moves without considering the capacity of schools and teachers to successfully support students in native language. First, I'm not sure what this plan looks like in practice. At the school I taught at, our enrollment was around 600 students. 40% of those students were language learners. So saying, even 20% as ELD 1 and 2 students, that's 120 students to provide aids to and support to across multiple years, subjects, and class schedules. I'm really not sure how that works. That's also assuming that it's the similar language or same language for all of these students. When I was teaching in an SEI math classroom, we had students speaking multiple languages. Our classroom had 2 teachers, both of whom were able to provide bilingual language support. And we still struggled because we didn't have adequate planning time, instructional materials, or coaching support to implement the best practices that we wanted to. I'm not sure what this looks like scaled across the district then. Teaching with best practices in bilingual education is creatively and intellectually demanding work. It requires time, attention, coordination, and resources. It requires coaches who can support staff implementing best practices. It requires time in schools to collaborate on lessons and coordinate support between teachers and aides. And it requires staff with the language and pedagogical skills to support students. Our district does not currently have the capacity to support this. And my worry is that implementing inclusion with bilingual support will harm students currently in our district who won't get the support they need, and will harm future students by supporting the idea that bilingual education doesn't work if a bilingual program is implemented poorly across the district. Bilingual education does work. Bilingual education is too important to be rushed. So please don't implement a plan with little feasibility and consideration for the day-to-day reality of teachers and students. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jean Powers.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Jean Powers, and I'm the parent of a 5th grader at the Gardner Pilot Academy in Alston. Last year, GPA was in the news for receiving the Edvesters School on the Move Prize for its efforts to create and continuously improve learning environments where all students thrive. The GPA was held up as an example of an effective hub school by both Edvesters and Boston Public Schools. This was only the most recent of the many awards GPA has received for building a supportive student-centered community. My son has been a student at GPA since he was 4 years old. The school has been our second family. During the pandemic, it was our lifeline. Over the past month, BPS has engaged in a series of actions that have profoundly negatively impacted our school, culminating with our principal being placed on administrative leave. Nothing I have heard justifies the actions of BPS administration. I've been told that BPS has carefully supervised our school leadership through multiple monthly in-person and remote meetings. If there were long-standing issues with our school leadership, BPS should have noticed at some point over the past 20 years. Any problem at the school should have been handled administratively through coaching and mentoring. The actions taken against our school leadership are, to paraphrase Frank Zappa, the equivalent of treating dandruff by decapitation. We hear all the time about failing schools. In contrast, GPA is consistently held up as a success story. I am asking you to please not destroy the best school in the district. I I get mad about a lot of things in BPS, but I've never gotten mad about the GPA. I would like to go back to not being mad. I would like to never have to tweet, protest, or testify again. I think we can unite in that goal. I ask you to reinstate our school leadership and cease this assault on our school. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Fallon.
Hi, thank you for having me this evening. My name is Amy Fallon. I'm a parent at the Gardner Pylon Academy. I've been there our family has been there for 8 years. We live in Brighton. What I would like to do right now is read to you a letter that we sent to Superintendent Skipper, dated November 30th, 2023. It was signed by 220 caregivers in our school. It reads as follows. Dear Superintendent Skipper, as parents and guardians of the Gardner Pilot Academy, we were shocked, upset, and angry when we learned about Boston Public Schools' decision to discontinue 7th and 8th grade at GPA. Less than 3 weeks later, we were again caught off guard with the announcement that our principal, Erica Herman, was put on leave. Both decisions have huge ramifications for our families and children. And in both decisions, the GPA community was given very little notice with zero input from parents and guardians. The normal internal processes, including involving our governing board, were skipped to make this unilateral decision. This is a huge disrespect to us as parents, guardians, taxpayers, voters, and members of the community. Erica Herman has been a pivotal leader of GPA for 20 years and created a thriving community school. She has advocated relentlessly for resources for our children and fostered a number of partnerships to help our children and families. Under Ms. Herman's leadership, GPA has been recognized as a model for inclusion learning and received the Edvester School on the Move Award last year. The allegations against Ms. Herman that were shared with the school community in no way justify the severity of the action taken by BPS. GPA is a lifeline for our families and children. By putting Ms. Herman abruptly on leave, you are severely disrupting the learning of our children and the support our families receive. Staff at BPS's central office cannot replace the intimate knowledge and caring relationships Ms. Herman has for our children and families. As caregivers, we request, number 1, ending Ms. Herman's leave of absence immediately while the investigation is ongoing. 2, a fair investigation into the allegations brought against Ms. Herman that allows an opportunity for all members of the GPA community to speak to the issues brought against her. 3, BPS offers resources to the GPA community to determine how we repair the harm caused by this decision, including the education of students, parent support, potential loss of funding, and our reputation.
20 seconds.
Lastly, number 4, BPS commits to true engagement and partnership with GPA and all Boston families when making decisions that deeply impact us. We need to be listened to and included in these processes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ruth De Leon is not signed into the meeting, so our next speaker will be Anna Ramirez.
Será Ana Romero.
Ana Ramirez.
Señora Ana Ramírez se encuentra disponible. Ana Ramírez.
Good evening.
Buenas noches.
Good evening, everyone.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Ana Ramírez.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ana
Yo soy
Ramirez.
madre de dos niñas de GPA.
I have two daughters at the GPA, the Gardner
En
Pilot
esta
Academy.
noche estoy aquí porque voy a dirigirme a la señora Mary Skipper. Quiero decirle que se pongan la mano en la conciencia.
I'd like to address
Están
directly
haciendo
Mary Skipper. You have to
el
put your
GPA
hand on. Un momentito, señora. Pause, por
no
favor.
es lo correcto.
So what you're doing the GPA, it is not the correct thing. What we have to do is just put your hand in the consciousness and think about this. What is being done there, it is not the correct thing to proceed. Adelante, señora. Va pasando.
Yo quiero que ella se ponga a pensar qué le pasaría a ella que se ponga en el lugar de la señora Erika. ¿Qué le pasaría a ella que de la noche a la mañana le dijeran que ella no estuviera en ese lugar? Yo creo que a ella le impactaría y le dolería.
So I would like
GPA es
to I would like to have how would you feel, Madam Superintendent, if you were to put yourself in her shoes, if you were not to have a job the following morning, that will have an impact on you. Adelante.
Miss Erika es el pilar de la escuela. Miss Erika ha construido GPA. Miss Erika ha estado con todos nosotros, las familias, los estudiantes. Amamos a Miss Erika y en esta noche le pido a ella que la reintegre a la escuela. GPA no es lo mismo sin Miss Erika. Necesitamos que ella...
It is not the same without Miss Erika. She is a pivotal to school. She's a pillar for school. She constructed. She's been there for all the families as well. Her love that she brings. We need to bring her back. We need that. Adelante.
Tengo más de 7 años de estar en la escuela. Miss Erika no tiene ni 5 ni 10 años de estar en la escuela y ella perfectamente lo sabe. Yo creo que si Miss Erika estuviera haciendo un mal trabajo, lo hubieran notado desde anteriormente.
So Miss Erika, if she was doing a bad job, you would have noticed that a long time ago. I've been involved for about 7 years. She has been there not only for 5 but 10 years, and she understands well what she has to do. Adelante.
Ella ha trabajado fuerte por GPA. Es el fruto de sus manos que GPA esté ahí. Lo que GPA tiene es gracias a ella. Queremos que por favor nos dé respuesta a nuestras peticiones, que se nos escuche nuestra voz. Como madre de 2 niñas en GPA, una con IP que está en 6º grado y una en 2º grado. Yo le pido que por favor...
So we have to note that she's been working very hard. She's a very hard-working person. She's the fruit, what she's been cultivating there and how she's been, what she's been doing for a GPA, for the Gardner Pilot Academy. And I'm speaking on behalf as well of my 2 daughters. One of my daughters, she's in 6th grade and she has an IP, and my second daughter, su segunda hija.
Sí. Me da tristeza, me duele en el corazón ver cómo está mi escuela, mi hogar, mi segundo hogar, como mis hijas le dicen, porque es su segundo hogar.
So it is their second home, basically. It hurts me deeply inside. It hurts my heart seeing what is happening right there. Their second home, which is their school for them.
Yo sé que todas las acusaciones que se le dicen a ella no es cierto.
I do believe that all the accusations against her are not true.
Le pido por favor que nos dé respuestas a nuestras peticiones porque estamos en un lugar donde ya no sentimos esa estabilidad, esa emoción que uno llegaba. Yo creo que ellos hablan de cuidar mucho a los niños, entonces que ella ahora nos demuestre. Y también la invito que si ella quiere llegar a visitar GPA, que la esperamos con los brazos abiertos, así como Miss Erika siempre nos ha esperado. La extrañamos, la amamos.
We miss Miss Erika, we love her, and we would like to invite you to GPA as well. We would have our arms open for you whenever you decide to visit. It is very different. The school lacks the stability that it used to have before, the emotion, the caring spirit that she was sharing with everybody. So please, we are asking for this position for her to come back. Adelante.
y que por favor ella tome cartas en el asunto. Queremos respuestas, queremos claridad, queremos transparencia, queremos honestidad de parte de la señora Kipper.
So we would hope for transparency. We would like Austin, you have to make sure that you take charge of the situation. We expect transparency and honesty and a very transparent process in this. From Ms.
Porque
Kipper.
hasta el día de hoy he visto que solo nos dicen que lo están trabajando como entreteniendo. Y nosotros, la verdad que nosotros queremos que nos hablen claro. Somos adultos, necesitamos esa claridad, necesitamos a Miss Herman en la escuela. Ella es nuestro pilar.
We are adults. We need Ms. Herman. She's our pivotal person there. She's a pillar that we expect to have there. So they are trying to entertain us, telling us that they're working at that. We need Ms. Herman there. She's pivotal to school.
Gracias, Ms.
Desde que
Reyes.
empezó este problema,
Thank you.
Quiero un par de segundos, señora. Adelante. Since this problem started,
está orando todas las noches para que Dios le dé la sabiduría a ella.
so since this problem started, I've been praying every night. So she has the wisdom. You have the wisdom that.
Thank you, Ms.
Para ella
Ramirez.
poder
Thank you
resolver
for your past your time. Thank you. Thank you,
The
Juan.
wisdom to be able to resolve this issue.
Our next speaker is Troy Brogan, followed by Priscilla Anderson. You can please raise your hands virtually. Troy?
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a parent of a student who goes to the Gardner Pilot Academy, and would pretty much echo the thoughts and concerns expressed by the other GPA families thus far. So to avoid being redundant, I won't repeat them, but I do share their concerns and observations. In general, I feel like this administrative action that's been taken hasn't prioritized the students. It was abrupt in nature, middle of the school year, not a lot of communication. It seems like it's dragging on without much resolution. And it was interesting to me that Superintendent Skipper mentioned the Superintendent Landry herself, Dr. Eccleston, be available for communication. I emailed all three of them 2 weeks ago and have yet, as of today, to hear a response specific to these concerns from any of them. So I'm not sure when that communication is going to happen. I welcome it. And so maybe that's something I can just look forward to, because there really has been a lack of communication regarding this, and it's been disappointing. I think personally, like Ms. Herman, Vice Principal Sarah, they're just such wonderful administrators, and the environment that's at GPA, it's just such a welcoming, inclusive community environment. It's not an accident. I mean, they have worked hard to create that, and this action has just been detrimental. And I wonder too if this couldn't have been handled privately without Ms. Herman being removed so abruptly in such a public way, if it just could have been handled administratively. And I guess it's with how disruptive it's been, it'd be my hope that the school committee would investigate this matter as a learning opportunity, because it has been an absolute failure the way it's been rolled out, without communication, without explanation sufficient, and a lack of follow through. There's just been zero communication direct to this very impactful, disruptive event. And I can't think of how it could have been done worse. It's pretty much been an absolute failure. So I would hope that the school committee could take opportunity to investigate administratively why this went wrong, talk to the superintendents, maybe provide some feedback of how they might do this if it needs to ever happen again at a different school. It can be done more effectively and without so much disruption. Overall, I'm just very disappointed in how it's played out. And I, as with the other parents, implore the school committee to consider reinstating Ms. Herman as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Priscilla Anderson.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Thank you. My name is Priscilla Anderson, and I'm a member of the Gardner Pilot Academy Foundation Board. I'm also a former GPA parent and a current North Alston resident with my family. My comments are in support of the pilot school status of GPA and its multiple award-winning community school model. The current investigation into and suspension/disruption of GPA leadership is resulting in, among the other things addressed by current GPA families, a severe risk to the normal fundraising cadence that makes the community school model possible. The programs that are supported by this fundraising include extracurricular arts, a wellness program, an outdoor classroom, family engagement and support, pride books, as well as general overall financial support for the school. It also funds robust extended after-school programming, a comprehensive summer camp program, and a huge adult education program. Especially for these last three, if any of these programs is suddenly left unfunded, GPA students, their families, and the community will not only suffer the loss, but experience extreme stress in having to find other ways to cover the child care and the language development that enables these family members to get and keep jobs. This kind of stress drives these families out of the school district. And we value them as neighbors and friends and don't want this to happen to them. I urge the superintendent and the school committee to address this fundamental need by reinstating all the leadership immediately. Thank you.
Chair Robinson, that concludes our speakers for public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan, and thank you to those of you who spoke tonight and shared your perspectives. Your testimony is very important to us. Thank you. Our first action item this evening is the revised district wellness policy. You will recall that last week, Senior Executive Director of the Office of Wellness and Health, Jill Carter, Boston Public Health Commission Deputy Commissioner J.P. McCann, and Director of Wellness Policy and Promotions for the Office of Health and Wellness, Marika Lear, presented the superintendent's recommendation to revise the district wellness policy. Changes to the policy language relate to school food and nutrition, physical activity, and health education. These changes have been approved by the District Wellness Council and recommended by the superintendent. I will now turn it over to the superintendent for final comments.
Thank you, Chair. As I stated at the last meeting, fully support the recommendations that are before you. Just compliment Jill and her staff for just the amazing work that they've done in bringing the wellness policy over the years into implementation. And certainly I think the clarity that they're making for recommendation of the language is something I fully support.
Thank you. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions and comments. Any questions, comments? Okay. Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'll now entertain a motion to approve the revised district wellness policy as presented. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Hearing none, Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins?
Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez?
Yes.
Ms. Lima Barbosa?
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill,
Yes, and thank you for the team that worked on this.
Ms. Robinson.
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. Our final action item this evening is an amendment of the school committee's bylaws to adjust the date of our 2024 organizational meeting. Article 2, Section 1 of the Boston School Committee bylaws requires the committee to convene its annual meeting on the first Monday in January of each year, end quote. As the first Monday in January 2024 falls on January 1st, the New Year's Day holiday, I'd like to propose that the school committee vote to suspend Article 2, Section 1 for this year only, and instead convene our 2024 annual organizational meeting on Wednesday, January 2024. Article 7, Section 2 of the bylaws states that, quote, these bylaws may be amended by a vote of 5 members of the committee, end quote. I'll now open it up to the committee for questions and comments.
Chair, as maybe, I don't know if I'll be here yet, but just to be transparent, but I do wanted to see if the chair could clarify maybe for the public, what does that meeting entail? Just so like families and folks know what does that.
It's the...
Even for me too, thank you.
Okay. The organizational meeting is the meeting in which we do 2 things. I believe one is that we elect the chair and the co-chair, and the other is that we will share the calendar for the upcoming school year.
Thank you.
Is that correct, Ms. Sullivan?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any further questions? If there are no further questions, I'd like to entertain a motion to suspend Article 2, Section 1 of the school committee bylaws for the school year, for this school year only, and schedule the 2024 organizational meeting for January 3rd, 2024. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection? Hearing none, Ms. Sullivan, will you please call the roll?
Dr. Alkins?
Yes. Yes.
Mr. Cadet Hernandez?
Yes.
Ms. Lima Barbosa?
Yes.
Ms. Polanco Garcia?
Yes.
Mr. O'Neill?
Yes.
Ms. Robinson?
Yes.
The motion is approved unanimously.
Thank you. We'll move right into our first report, the superintendent's exam school admission policy recommendation. I'd like to invite Monica Hogan, Assistant Superintendent of Data Strategy and Implementation, to please step forward to support the superintendent as she makes the presentation.
Thank you, Chair. At the request of the school committee members, tonight I'm bringing forward a recommendation for your consideration as it relates to the current exam school admissions policy. My team analyzed 5 options in response to recent concerns raised about the access to an exam school seat by students who live in particular tiers and attend non-bonus point schools. The options we examined were, the first was remove the 10 points. 2, adjust the number of points from 10 to the point differential between Title I schools and non-Title I schools. Option 3, adjust the number of points from 10 to the point differential by tier. 4, keep the 10 points and ensure all students with perfect scores get their first choice of exam school. And option 5, keep the 10 points and distribute invitations using 20% ranking by merit citywide and 80% ranking by merit within the tier. After eliminating 4 of these options, which I'll explain in a few minutes, the team conducted additional analysis into option 3, which is to adjust the number of points from 10 to the point differential by tier. The analysis of option 3 allows the district to replace the 10 points with an amount of points grounded in data to account for the average performance of students attending Title I and non-Title I schools. The number of points by tier is indicated in the table in the memo. Here we used actual data from the last application cycle to determine the point differential by tier. And it shows that with last year's application pool, this option maintains the spirit of the policy to have a student body that is socioeconomically and geographically diverse, while also addressing the concerns raised by members of the school committee. As we've shared before, last year's invitations account for the first full year of implementation of the new policy. With only 1 year of full invitation data, there are limitations to the depth of the analysis we can conduct. We also considered how large of a policy change each option would entail. Because of this, options 1 and 5 were eliminated. We have not ruled them out as possibilities in the future, but they would require a substantial policy change that requires additional data and time to understand the full impact. Our analysis of option 2 revealed the point differential between non-Title I schools and Title I schools to be 8 points during the last application cycle. We determined that this change would not directly address the concerns that have been raised. We applied this approach to last year's applicant pool, and the adjustment resulted in minimal impact to the invitations and did not significantly change the candidates for exam school admission. Analysis for option 4 revealed 23 students received perfect scores during the last application cycle, with 8 of those students also receiving an additional 10 points. This policy option was also eliminated because of its minimal impact. We determined that implementation of this adjustment would result in a major policy change to the mechanism for distributing invitations. As you know, we only have 1 year of invitation data from the implementation of the policy. Full data. There is still hesitation to make any major changes without understanding if the data from this year is an anomaly or will be consistent in future invitation cycles. However, you've made it clear that you are open to an adjustment. The option I'm recommending for adoption is option 3, point differential by tier. The data used to inform this recommendation is linked in the memo I provided you, and I've asked Monica Hogan from my team to walk through this data now. Thank you for your consideration of this adjustment, and I look forward to your vote early in the new year.
Thank you, Superintendent. Good evening. As the superintendent outlined, tonight I will share data related to the policy recommendation. The change in policy to consider here is changing the number of points that students receive based on the school attended in the previous year from 10 to a number of points based on the tier they live in. The table on this slide outlines what the number of points would be for each tier. So, for example, students living in Tier 8 and who receive points because they attended a school with 40% or more economically disadvantaged students in the previous year would now receive 2 points instead of 10. To get to these amounts, we looked at the composite score differential. So to calculate this, we looked at the average score of students receiving points in each tier compared to the average score of students who don't receive points in those tiers, and then calculated the difference. The superintendent mentioned the overall difference here was 8 points for all students, but as you can see from the table, the difference by tier ranges from 1.7 in Tier 8 to 11.5 in Tier 2. The next few slides look at the simulated impact of this change. To do this, we looked at the most recent 7th grade applicant pool. Because of the implementation timeline, we only have 1 year of data that includes both MAP scores and GPAs. This simulation assumes that the differential by tier will remain consistent in future years. However, we do not yet have trend data to help us understand how this may change year to year across tiers. To do the simulation, we recalculated composite scores for students who received 10 points to receive the number of points determined by the tier differential for the tier they live in. This slide shows the change in the minimum composite score required to get into each of the 3 schools by tier. So on the left-hand side, you'll see the minimum composite score that was required during the last invitation cycle for BLS, BLA, and O'Brien. And on the right-hand side, you'll see the minimum composite score required under the simulation run using the tier differential for points. Highlighted in yellow are 3 tiers. Tier 2, where you'll see the minimum composite score actually increases, as students are now receiving 11 points in Tier 2 instead of 10. Tier 3, where student preference for schools and the change in rankings impacted the minimum composite score required under this simulation. And Tier 7, where under the 10 points, the minimum composite score for Tier 7 was 100.2. That number now drops to 97.9 under this simulation. To help illustrate the impact of what changes when we change the number of points allocated from 10 to the tier differential, this slide shows how the rankings change within tiers. So while rankings change within all of the tiers, you'll see that the most drastic changes in rankings happen in Tier 7 and Tier 8. And finally, this slide outlines how many invitations change under this simulation. The 2 gray rows at the top show the number of students where there is no change. Students either continue to receive an invitation to the same exam school that they received in the last invitation cycle, or students continue to not receive an invitation under either the 10 points or the tier differential. The orange row shows students who received an invitation under the 10 points, but would no longer receive an invitation under the tier differential policy. The green row shows the students who previously did not receive an invitation, but would now receive an invitation under the tier differential policy. And the last row in yellow shows the number of students who would receive an invitation to a different exam school. That could be now receiving an invitation to their first choice school, or it could now be receiving an invitation to their second or third choice school. I will now turn it back to the superintendent and the chair if there are any questions.
I would just say, we realize this is a lot of information, and so we're not looking to do any motion this evening at all. This will be for January, but we wanted to give it to you, and certainly if there's questions, Monica can answer the more detailed ones of them. I think what we were looking for, we clearly heard that you would like options, and of those 5 options, there were a few that really, without a more full data set, multiple years, they're very large policy changes. So those will require us to put a process forward as to how we will be looking at those. I think this one, in option 3, it addresses the concerns we heard in tier 7 and 8, and it has, from an impact standpoint, it still keeps to the spirit of the policy.
I'm sorry. Could I get another explanation of slide 6 again? Just understanding the ranking again. So we're saying it changing in the rankings of the students' choices. That's what we're saying.
So the way invitations are distributed, students are ranked by composite score within their tier.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you change the number of points on the composite score, it changes the way the students are ranked within their tier. So you're essentially changing the order in each tier by which students are invited. And because we know student preference differs, that also has an impact on which school they may get invited to. So the top right box, you'll see the number 45 under tier 8. So 45 students moved up in ranking between 31 and 40 places.
Yeah.
Does that help?
Yeah. Within their, within their tier, not across tier.
Yeah. Because invitations are still equally distributed across the 8 tiers.
Question, a few questions. 2 things. One, 4 things. One, just to make it clear, I proposed, and maybe I should have taken a vote for it or something, an amendment to look to figure out how we can allocate the 10 points based on an individual's socioeconomic status rather than an entire school. And so for whatever it's worth, like as a member, what I brought to the table was not represented here. And for the future, I have learned a valuable lesson, which is like, out of respect for the chair, I didn't raise it as a vote, and I will never do that again, because this entire process, I thought someone was listening to me, and that is just not what happened. So I'm just naming that. I'm seeing this for the first time now. I guess it was emailed to us at 5. I was in transit. So 1, like, just like naming it, and it feels pretty, I'm gonna use the same word I used earlier, it feels pretty crappy. 2, I don't understand how, if our goal is about increasing the socioeconomic diversity at these schools, not a single chart here shows us how this change impacts that. We're talking about people in tiers, but not looking at what the heart of the policy is. I'm angry if you can't hear it in my voice, just so you know. So still confused there. I don't understand how the policy doesn't continue to penalize poor kids in low poverty schools, and how it doesn't continue to penalize low income students or poor kids in schools that are not low poverty. I don't understand how we're doubling down on tiers and where the proof point is that the tiers are right. I don't even know where that became the analysis. Like, I feel so lost in this, and I'm starting from like a trust deficit, because this began when this was presented to us with like a major like Wizard of Oz moment of like, we can't touch this for 5 years, which is like, felt like an episode of The Office. Like, it was so laughable that we wouldn't look at a policy that we know required young people to have perfect scores or have more than a perfect score to get into a school in our system, and we said we were not going to look at it for 5 years, and then we can fast track it all. And the ideas that were brought to the table weren't even considered. I'm beside myself, and this is like not a performance. This is me really looking at this for the first time and feeling shocked. And also, we're not even talking about the spirit of the policy. We're just talking about tiers. No one's even telling us that we're looking at something that would increase opportunity for low-income students at the schools where they weren't getting points before. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't get it.
So I'll address the first part, and then Monica, I think, like on the more technical part with the tiers. Respectfully, we have been very consistent, and I in particular have been very consistent, that we do not have a mechanism, although we hear it very clearly, about wanting to reach down to the student level. But we do not have a mechanism right now to do that. And I think every time we've had that discussion, respectfully, it has been very consistent, the response. We did commit, and we will hold to that, to look and try to figure out what is possible. But right now, we had a pretty robust conversation, I think, among the committee about the pros and the cons of requiring papers. We went through potentially doing anonymity to it and having anonymous filing. We looked at a bunch of different things, but none of which we can really do. We can certainly, for the students who are our students, we are able, for those that have a particular code, we are able to figure out who would be Title I and not Title I. But for any student that's from outside of the system, of which there's a third of the applicants, we just don't have a mechanism for that right now. And we certainly don't have a mechanism that we could quickly turn around with confidence. So that is one that that is on the list of things that we continue to try to figure out and have conversation about how we might get at that data. But that requires an infrastructure if it is collecting forms or doing any of that. And the concern then is for the students from the outside, are we creating more barriers by asking for that material to be put forward? So I think that in and of itself really requires a different level of conversation and exploration for us that we can't do, in the course of a school year like this. I think what we attempted to do was hear the committee's desire based on some of the testimony and based on feedback from committee members of what was possible to do. And that's what you see in front of you was there were sort of 5 things that were sort of raised or brought. Another one would have been to figure out a different distribution of the number of invitations per tier. The problem with that is a big policy change. And so we were not in a position to do that. So I think what we put forward was something that we felt was an important step, particularly to acknowledge this issue of students who are at get that perfect score and what is possible for them without carving out just that one simple population. So that was what we were able to do with what was suggested publicly. But we certainly hear you. I certainly have heard you about drilling down to the student level for all the reasons when the committee visited initially. I think those same reasons still exist, and we still don't have an easy answer to them. But there is a commitment to explore that and to see, but it is not something that would turn around in like 2 or 3 months.
The only, I guess, for our vote on the policy change, 2 things. I think it is just important to clarify. We're only talking about not having data on a young person's income status if they are outside of our system. It's how we know a school is Title I. We know who in our system currently is low income. We don't know who in our outside of our system is not low income. Because we keep conflating it as it's like we universally don't know. So we're solving for a much smaller figure. I'm just saying, and it may not be solved for now, but I just feel like we have to be intellectually honest here. We have that data for kids currently in our system. We don't have that data for kids outside of our system. The sending school would have that data, as would the state. And there is a universe where we can get that data if we are in agreement with a sending school or the state. It doesn't have to be papers. It doesn't have just like it wasn't 5 years to review the policy. Like we have to be really clear.
Yeah, I think if a student is in private education, which is a good deal of the students from outside of the system, then it's very difficult to get that. The school wouldn't necessarily have it. And we would have to establish like a mechanism of authentic data of collecting that. I think if it is true that if a student is in a charter or another public entity, we can certainly work and the sending school would have that. But again, that's developing an infrastructure for us. So because these decisions, I mean, you see yourselves, every student that doesn't get in is a case. And so, we saw probably a sum total of 20 or 30 parents testify over the course of time. If we are not able to really with certainty ascertain information that then determines whether or not they get an invitation, we have to be able to, with good confidence, back that up and know that we had an authentic process. And I think what we've said consistently is for our own students within BPS, yes, that is much easier to determine. However, for the outside, it's not. And Monica, how many students from the outside in that last year's application, roughly?
Several hundred. I don't know off the top of my head.
So I hear you. I have 2 last thoughts, and then I'm going to let this rest because I know there's more to do tonight. So we really are talking about private school students who we don't have income data on. So I want to start getting like really precise on this one. We're talking about private school students that we think would be the most difficult to get that level of data on. And then second, if we go for a vote, when we go for a vote on this, we still don't have projections on the change in the socioeconomic demographics based on the shifting of tiers. And we can see that the tiers have changed, but we don't know who the kids are in the tiers and what that looks like, either socioeconomically or racially. And if this changes that outcome or gets us closer to the goal, which, if my understanding is right, is to bring further socioeconomic diversity to exam schools.
So we're looking through the lens of geographic and socioeconomic. And Monica, I believe we do actually have that data. And I think it was, if my recollection was it was minimal impact, which is why we said it supported the spirit of the policy.
To clarify, but Member Cardet Hernandez, are you saying for the entirety across all the tiers, or are you thinking about specifically within 7 and 8 in terms of the shift of the socioeconomic and racial strata?
Well, I'm thinking about socioeconomic globally, not based on tiers, because we have been able to break down based on the current students who are admitted what the socioeconomic breakdown is of those students, because we have that information. And so given all these changes, using last year's enrollment data, what would it look like and what would the impact on those socioeconomic students? And then I do think there's the same conversation. What does it look like school by school? Is this a policy that continues to have a unintended consequence for low-income students who go to high-performing schools or who go to schools that are not Title I eligible? And if that's the case, then we didn't solve for anything. We just moved ships on.
Monica, I think if you could, I believe it was in a November memo, I believe we gave the number of students that Member Cadet Hernandez is referring to. I for some reason, I think it's like 29.
So it is 29. The number of students who applied for a grade 7 exam school seat identified as economically disadvantaged but received no bonus points during the application process. Of those 29, 16 received an invite and 13 did not.
And then I think the other number that Member Cadet Hernandez had asked about was the number of students who were in a Title I school who themselves were not title eligible. And I think that was like a much larger number in the 400s.
Yeah. Do mental math in my head. It's like 408, I believe, if I added those two numbers correctly. 350 of one of whom received an invite and 57 who didn't.
It will be helpful to see that visually, how the previous data in relationship to the policy change. And maybe at our next meeting, and I'll talk to you about this, Chair, like we bring to a vote that someone comes back to us with clarity around how we can't better localize the points to kids who are low income so that we can meet the spirit of the policy in a much more precise way. Or at least have like a real analysis about it that's not just like, we can't touch it, because that's what I feel like I've gotten two things. It's gonna take 5 years and this is impossible. And sometimes they get to change, and so here we are.
I think you're making some great points. I think I just thought about another population of BPS families that are undocumented. If parents are undocumented, what does that mean for them? I don't know, so it's not a question for right now, but as we're discussing the infrastructures that would have to be created or the outsiders, you know, whatever that means, I'm thinking about that particular community of how, what would that mean for them if they're now, because I get it about looking intentionally at the individual students instead of the school, because we know that there's a lot of students that are, you know, disadvantaged economically, but they are attending, you know, great schools, and they could miss out on that opportunity. So that was just another layer of, we'd love to see if the district could address that, even if it's not tonight, definitely at the next meeting. What would that entail, just to make sure that
so Monica, I think
about everything?
I have an answer. I'd love to hear yours.
So the way that we capture income status is through economically disadvantaged, through direct certification with the Executive Office of Health and Human Services at the state level. So these are students who are participating in state programs. We as a district do not collect documentation status, and so we do not have any way of knowing who is or is not documented. And part of the, when many states transition from collecting free and reduced price lunch forms to economically disadvantaged, the conversation around no longer having undocumented families counted in that number because they're very unlikely to be participating in these state programs was a big topic of conversation. So in our current mechanism, they would not be counted.
Yeah. There's also been a lot of data about for undocumented families, even something like the FAFSA or putting forward income eligibility, just not participating and it being an additional barrier if you ask for that level at the student level. So that would be a group of students for whom we're sort of blind when it comes to the state, but by attaching the Title I, non-Title I at the school level, you can create a catchment.
Just a final comment. My 9-to-5 job is a program that creates a very unique way of people getting access to higher education, especially folks that have felt that higher education was not something that is possible. And one of the reasons why is that we only require a high school diploma, and it could be from Cape Verde. And what that showed me is that the less paperwork that we're requiring, the more access that we're creating. But again, I do see a value of seeing how, maybe not at the next school committee meeting, maybe is in 5 years, that we could look at students individually and not just by the school, because that in itself, it does not help. When we are looking at with an equity lens, it might not actually help us meet that. So it's just something to consider. And thank you so much for the update and the options that was presented.
No, I mean, the only thing that I will add is like, while a lot more to go in terms of getting the full picture of getting to a more perfect policy, if you want, for lack of a better explanation. A very this is to me, like, this is a small win, I think, to sort of continue the metaphor of the curtain, where we were 2 weeks ago from thinking that this wasn't touchable. So the fact that we're even here, knowing that there's an option that's already on the table for a change, is a step in the right direction. I don't want that to get lost in the conversation. And I know, again, like, I echo your sentiments, like, it has to go deeper than that as we're dedicated to this. But no, like, this is a good start, so I want to echo that.
Thank you. Great discussion. I just have a couple of points I wanted to clarify. So if I understand this correctly, Ms. Hogan, excuse me, Director? I forget the right.
Ms. Hogan's
Director?
fine.
Oh, what?
She's in senior advisor category.
Senior advisor category, okay. Thank you. I appreciate people's hard work to earn titles, so I wanted to make sure I had it correct. I apologize for that. So when I look at this past year, and this was an issue we heard a lot, if you were in Tier 7, to get an invite, you had to have a minimum composite score of 100.2.
Correct.
Which meant you had to be receiving points. If you were at a school that did not have points, you were theoretically impossible for you to get an admission.
To your first choice.
To BLS.
To BLS, correct, right. So, and that was based upon, and I remember that really excellent question that was asked a while ago in public comment by someone who had said, how was the 10-point chosen? And it was really, in looking back, it was kind of a theoretical or a hypothetical number that was chosen based upon what the expectation was, the difference in scores. So you're taking that hypothetical or theoretical number that was kind of the planting of the flag, so to speak. And now you're substituting real data from last year, so you will use last year's data for this admission cycle, right, of what the average, and you showed us the average composite score, between Title I and non-Title I schools. Is this for both 7th and 9th grade?
This analysis is specific to 7th grade,
Okay.
but we can look at the data for 9th grade and see what those differences also look like.
So would we have different points for 7th and 9th grade by tier, or will we just?
Could potentially, yes.
Okay. That would be interesting to see if it's different, because folks would want to understand that. And this is, so, and is the proposal to have it as like a 1-year lag, so that this year's admission cycle is based on last year's average? Because doing real time, I'm assuming, would be crazy, particularly as you work to try to get faster responses out, right?
Yeah, we've heard a lot about trying to accelerate the timeline. If we were to wait for this year's invitations, that would be another level of analysis that we would need to conduct in the February or March timeline, which would delay invitations further. So it would add an additional step at that point.
So it seems logical to me to use, because we're trying to be theoretical here, right? What we're saying, we had a theory, and by the way, I do want to make sure we acknowledge, just as you just said, and I appreciate it, like, this is a step forward. It's the overall policy was a huge change to the socioeconomic invitations and attendance at our exam schools. I mean, it was, so now we're like, fine tuning, so to speak, but this was a huge change in the socioeconomic breakdown of both the application, the admission offers and the attendance at our schools. But now we're taking a theoretical and we're substituting it with real data.
Mm-hmm.
And Superintendent, I heard your comments about, this is not saying you're not still considering the other options. It's that the others you felt was bigger changes that you wanted more data, which is consistent with what you have said to us all along.
Correct. And I really can't reiterate enough how much work and time has gone into looking at this. From Monica, from ODAs, from my time, from senior leadership's time. This is 3 schools, and it's extremely important, but there are 119 schools in our district. And I think I really just need to applaud the work that they've done, because this is weekends, nights. This is not simple stuff. This is very high visibility, and it means we have to be very assured of the data that we're putting forward. So I respectfully say that to the committee, that this is the product of quite a bit of work. And I think if there were to be an option 6 to Member Cadet Hernandez's suggestion, that we should know that, so that beyond what we've put in the November 1st memo, which was indicating much like what the original committee's concerns were of that approach, we would have the lead time we need to see what we might be able to come up with. But I just want to emphasize that we have thought about that and have looked at it, and right now we don't as a district have the infrastructure for that, so we would have to build that.
Thank you. So thank you for those clarifications.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate, thank you for the enormous amount of work that you all have put into getting us to this point. But I think the thing that, that I've talked to most about is getting in is one thing. My question often is around the preparation and the ability of students to do more than get into the school. And it does concern me when I see the difference in the minimum composite scores by the tiers, which is almost a 30 points, anywhere between 26.9 and 29.5 difference between the lowest composite scores and the highest, and only can imagine the experience of the students. And so we've often talked, yes, so this getting into the exam schools is great, but the question is, what are we doing from pre-K to grade 6 in every single one of our classrooms, for the potential of every single one of our students, and for our schools to remind themselves that every school needs to be preparing their students for the best experience possible. But when we still look at these kinds of composite scores and the need for points, I continue to worry about the overall preparation of our kids to be able to take advantage of this, and not just the kids, and we see where they're clustered, and the tiers that, you know, whose kids have to have a 99 to get in, and somebody else is getting in with a lower score. And my question is really about the preparation. It's not about, are they worthy? I'm sure many of these students are worthy, but there's something that's not happening for them in their experience in preparation. And I feel like that's where I would love to see our energy going, into really investigating what's going on inside of classrooms and in schools, so that we can improve these outcomes for all of our students.
Yeah, through your chair, I think this is an excellent point. I think this is underscoring students' access to grade level, high quality materials. Everywhere. And so it's really a tier one, but it's also for the students that are in the exam schools that they have the high level of support they need so that they can excel, regardless of where they're coming in. And, you know, one thing that is absent, and I'll keep bringing this up, but one thing that's absent, even in the policy's intent, is that we should also be looking at the diversity relative to special education students and multilingual learners and their ability to access the exam schools. So I would like, in the next rendition of however this evolves, that we have specific strategies for what that can look like.
Can I just also say, one, I appreciate the labor. Like, I know that it's not a small feat, and I also recognize, for important and deeply problematic reasons, just like how curious folks are about this work specifically. And when I joined the school committee, I'd always said, like, this is just not an issue that I'm that invested in. And then the data came out, and it felt so clear that we could tweak something that we invented, that we even said, like, the 10 points was arbitrary, like, and then to be told no is, like, my greatest red flag, you know? I don't accept a no from someone not empowered to give you a yes. And but so I will just say this, like, this is also why I has been requesting this all day or all week, because I knew that my reaction would be, that it wasn't gonna, I knew we weren't probably gonna move in a direction that I thought was assertive or aggressive enough or pointed in the way that we needed to. But I just hope, understanding the labor, that the data that we see runs it for 7th and 9th grade, so we're not in a situation where we're, as a school committee, having conversations about voting on a policy we never saw projections for, which is what happened with the 10 points. And that we're paying close attention in whatever you bring back to us around low-income students, and are we changed? I could care less about tiers. I care about low-income students in whatever tier they live in being able to have access to the schools, qualified low-income students, all of those things, and that we're realizing the spirit of the policy. And so whether it's those 29 students who didn't have access before, are we seeing a shift in that? That's my curiosity. I know other folks have other things that they care about, but for me, like, that's what I'm more interested in than, like, what seats moved in what tiers. I want to know that there isn't a perverse incentive to be of higher income in a low-income school, and there is a penalty for low-income schools, for low-income students in high-income schools. And the same is true for families outside of our system who are low income and who are, like, doing everything they can to send their kids to private school and want to re-enter and don't have also the benefit to get back in. All of it is true for me. So however we can sort of share that story that's less about tiers and more about kids, I would be interested in seeing.
I think we can get that for you pretty quickly.
All right, so thank you, and the committee looks forward to taking action on this recommendation in January. Our next report is a finance update for fiscal years 23, 24, and 25. I will now invite Chief Financial Officer Nate Cooter to please step forward. He'll be joined by members of the finance team, Deputy Chief Financial Officer David Bloom, Serena LaRoche, Budget Director, Shara Dukovnik, Director of State and Federal Programs, and Jamie Roccanelli, Director of Planning and Analysis. While they're getting settled, I'll invite the superintendent to give opening remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Tonight, you'll hear an update from the BPS finance team as we plan for FY25. This meeting is the first step in a months-long annual budget process that will culminate in the spring. As we plan for our first official FY25 budget presentation at the beginning of February, we will meet with school leaders tomorrow to discuss their initial school budgets. The BPS budget is a reflection of our district's values. It is a budget that supports our unwavering commitment to closing opportunity and achievement gaps. In the coming year, BPS will take major steps toward further closing that gap by implementing inclusive education district-wide. All BPS schools must recognize the abilities, languages, cultures, and life experiences of our students to teach them and help them reach their individual and diverse needs. This is transformative work. It is complex and messy, but it is also urgent. In the end, all BPS schools must be inclusive so that all BPS students have access to the best learning opportunities. Our financial team is building the budget to get us there. Our budget is centered around 3 key areas that will be presented to you tonight: strategic investments, increased costs, and long-term sustainability. BPS, like every other large urban district, has seen declining enrollment over the last decade. We are taking steps now to ensure that instead of continuing to keep the lights on in empty classrooms, we are focusing our investments on the things that benefit students the most. Over the last few years, the budget allocation from the city has increased, last year by nearly 5%. We have been meeting regularly with our city partners, and they are deeply committed to providing additional funds to support the transformational work ahead. At the same time, a one-time infusion of $400 million in federal COVID relief dollars, which we call ESSER, has been spent over the past 3 years, is now coming to an end. ESSER funding allowed BPS schools to maintain operations during the pandemic, protect against learning loss, and subsidize schools with declining enrollment. It also allowed BPS to make investments in our district's literacy programs, reading coaches, and other classroom supports, which we are committed to continuing. We have seen the impact and have worked over the past 2 budget cycles to bring those investments onto the operating budget and make them sustainable. As we plan for the next fiscal year, there are some cost increases in areas including facilities, transportation, and special education services. We will be able to offset these costs with unexpected savings from vacant positions and lower utility expenses. The finance team will dive into the details and explain how we plan to close out FY24 on budget. We have maximized every dollar and we're as transparent as possible about one-time costs and temporary positions. Not every decision has been made yet. This is the beginning of the budget process, and we will be working individually with school leaders to finalize their budgets, build on our investments in teaching and learning, and identify savings. The team will also update you on our Reimagined School Funding project. This has been an 18-month process explaining how our funding policy can better serve students in schools using input from students, families, community members, and school leaders. These recommendations are intended to be considered and phased in over multiple budget cycles. The team will also address BPS enrollment, which saw a slight decrease, and the budget implications of that data. Each year at this time, we reflect and ask ourselves, how are our students doing? What can we stop doing because it's not having the intended impact? And where do we need to invest? We look forward to coming back in February for the FY25 preliminary budget presentation and continuing this process. I want to thank the budget team here tonight, and I mean that sincerely. Hours and days and weeks of just hard work to get to the point we're at, as well as all the division chiefs and department leaders who've been working very closely with us on our individual budgets as we plan for FY25. At this point, I'll now turn it over to Chief Cooter and his team.
Thank you, Superintendent, and good evening, Chairperson Robinson and members of the school committee. Thank you for the opportunity to present this financial update on behalf of the Boston Public Schools. I'm proud to report that BPS continues to be in excellent financial health with the resources we need to support our students. Before we fully launch into our presentation, I do want to take a moment to continue the superintendent's acknowledgement and celebrate my team a little bit. The finance division consists of 6 teams and nearly 50 individuals who make sure that the public and the school committee can have the confidence that we are managing our finances well with the best interest of students and meeting the many regulatory requirements governing our body, our budget. I want to start by acknowledging 2 members of the finance leadership team who are not here with us this evening. Shirley Wynn, the newest member of our team, who is our business manager. Dr. Yvonne McCrae, our longest tenured member of the leadership team, who serves as our director of external funds and grants. And joining me this evening are Serena LaRock, the budget director, Shira Dukovnik, our director of state and federal programs, Jamie Racanelli, our director of planning analysis, and the best deputy in the district, Mr. David Blum. I can confidently, if not reluctantly, admit that there's only one thing that David doesn't do well, and that's take a compliment. Thanks, boss. We open tonight's presentation with a statement from the Opportunity and Achievement Gap Policy because we know and believe that our budget is a statement of our values, as the superintendent has already said. We must build a sustainable budget beyond the end of ESSER that meets the needs of our students. This year, we've added an important second quote to sharpen our focus. This quote is from the BPS Inclusive Education Plan. And as we think about the transformational work the district needs to do to close opportunity and achievement gaps, our district-wide focus is on creating a more inclusive district for all of our students. All of our schools must recognize the abilities, languages, cultures, and life experiences of our students to teach them and help them reach their individual and diverse needs. That is our goal, and that is our focus as we begin our planning process. Tonight's presentation is part routine financial reporting, an exercise in good governance and transparency. We want you to know how we closed our fiscal year 23 budget, which ended on June 30th of 2023 this year. We're going to provide you with a first monthly budget update for FY24, the current fiscal year, and preview some of our planning for next fiscal year, which we will present formally the first Wednesday in February for you to consider. But the other part of tonight's presentation is not routine. We're providing an update on the Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Funds, or ESSER. That is the 3-year, $400 million grant we received from the federal government that ends at the end of this fiscal year. ESSER funding allowed BPS to maintain operations during the pandemic, protect against learning loss, and subsidize our schools with declining enrollment. It has allowed BPS to make investments in our district's literacy programs, in reading coaches, and other classroom supports that we know we need to continue. We think it's critical for you to walk away from tonight's presentation with the following information. The first thing is that the last few years have been about stabilizing the student experience and recovering from the pandemic. But as a district, it's now time for us to look to the future of BPS. The superintendent has rightly pointed out that this is a once-in-a-generation opportunity for us to make the district more inclusive and to reshape it in the vision that we have for our students. The second thing is that while the end of ESSER will be disruptive and lead to a net decrease in FTE across the district, we have been working for multiple fiscal years to prepare to minimize the disruption and continue the most essential work that we funded on ESSER. And finally, throughout this process, we want it to be clear that we're here to support our schools and partner with our school leaders to develop budgets that with a consistent focus on our students and on inclusion. We're not expecting school leaders to do this work alone. Our district offices have blocked almost all of their time for the next 3 months to roll up their sleeves and work with our school leaders. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to David to continue tonight's presentation.
Thanks, boss. Good evening, members of the school committee, Chair Robinson. I'm going to start our details of our presentation with a focus on our school year 2023 budget close. Each year, our goal is to balance our budget to less than the salary of a paraprofessional. Our goal is to make sure that even with a $1.4 billion operating budget, we are not missing out on any expenses, personnel that our students need. In collaboration with our colleagues at City Hall, we're proud to say that we finished this year on budget with a meager $468 left on the table, and I promise we'll be better next year. Try and get better every year. Compared to our budget, there were some areas of discrepancy. We had higher than expected costs in temporary employees, primarily substitute teachers, as well as utilities with some higher than expected natural gas prices, and food services with some adjustments to the way our catered meals work. We did also find operational savings from salaries and health insurance due to vacancies, as well as some underspent contracted services. As we roll forward into school year 24, we are confident that we are going to continue this good news. There are some areas of higher than expected costs, and I'm excited to say that despite transportation's continued presence on this list, we actually, with our new contract with Transdev, are projected to be on budget for our Transdev contract for the first time potentially in my memory of working here, which is very exciting. We are seeing some increased costs in transportation of students outside of the district, which is not operated by Transdev and is a part of our transportation budget. You may recall, as I was talking about in school year 23, we went over budget on food services. This over budget expense happened too late in the year for us to adjust our school year 24 budget allocation after we had already voted on the budget with the school committee. As a result, we expected and are seeing a cost overrun in food services this year. This cost overrun is consistent with what we saw last year, and our food services team is working hard to implement solutions to bring it under control in the long term, and we are confident that we will not have this overrun going into school year 24-25. Special education are seeing increased costs as we see the demands on students' IEPs continue to rise and rise faster than we expect. And inconsistent with our policies, we always make sure that those services are funded, even if we didn't initially plan on that budget. And finally, we're continuing to see inflationary cost pressures faster than we would have hoped in our facilities spending. We are hopeful that this will start to flatten out, and we've got sort of good policies and procedures in place, but we are not slowing or stopping our facilities work with those cost pressures. We're identifying other savings to make sure our important work can continue. On the flip side of that, in better news, we overcorrected slightly for our utilities overrun last year. We expected the increase in natural gas prices to continue through this year with the expiration of our contract for natural gas services, and we've seen some good news there in the natural gas market, and we expect that news to carry us through this year. We are also continuing to see an increase in vacancies that has carried forward since the pandemic, and I'll go into this in slightly more detail, but I will say with the end of ESSER coming up in the next year, we expect this to not be a part of our continued FY25 budget. This slide here shows an analysis of our vacant and filled FTEs over the last several years. We use school year 2018-2019 as a baseline to remove any potential impact from the COVID pandemic on the data and provide a little bit more history. As you can see, our actual FTE has been increasing over time with a slight dip in 2023, but has rebounded in this school year. Our budgeted FTE continues to increase. Our fill rates are getting better than they were last year, but still remain below pre-pandemic norms. We expect in fiscal year 25 to see, 25, oh my gosh, sorry. Just realized how big a number that is. Was not expecting that to hit me that way. We're expecting the fill rate in school year 25 to reflect those values we saw pre-pandemic in the sort of 97 to 99% filled rate. One important thing to note, because these percentages seem small, right? Well, we're within 5% of what we typically do. Every 1% change in fill rate for a district our size reflects $10 million of expenses. So 3.6% difference in vacancy rate could reflect as much as $36 million in salary savings, which can be a big difference, obviously, in our day-to-day budget. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Serena to talk, or no, am I taking these? Sorry, just kidding. I'm going to keep going. To talk a little bit about our investments we made in this year. As you recall, in last year's budget cycle, we presented to you this slide identifying 3 categories of costs that were changing as we went from fiscal year 23 to fiscal year 24. We made 6 strategic investments in priority areas identified by the superintendent and the school committee for focus. We saw some increased costs of doing business in sort of our typical operational areas. And finally, we made some strategic investments in long-term sustainability of our budget, both in ESSER and understanding the impact of declining enrollment and hold harmless. One of our key areas of investment was in equitable literacy. This investment was highlighted by an increase of 18 school-based librarians, but also included a move of 14 equitable literacy coaches from ESSER to the general fund. While these were not new positions to the district, this investment ensured that the important work that these literacy coaches do will be maintained beyond the end of ESSER. We also invested through this in new high-quality instructional materials. And because I know Dr. Chen is watching me from somewhere, there you are. I will note that we have highlighted inclusion and multilingual education separately in this presentation because that was where our thinking was at this time last year in the process. Going forward, as you hear our next presentation, you will no longer see this difference as we think about our inclusive education plan as something that reflects the needs of all of our learners together, right? Inclusive of multilingual learners and students with disabilities and 504 plans. But in last year's language, we invested $9.6 million in inclusion and inclusive education through such strategies as multi-tiered systems of supports, reading interventionists, support positions for schools who were doing the IPT, the investment planning process, as well as the first round of sort of early adopter school investments for schools that had their inclusion plans ready early. We also invested $6.3 million in native language supports and bilingual programming across a variety of areas identified by our Office of Multilingual and Multicultural Education to ensure that we are implementing the new models identified and allowed through the Look Act in a collaboration with DESE, the Department of Justice, and all of our stakeholders. And with that, I'll turn it over to Shira to talk a little bit about ESSER.
Good evening, Superintendent and school committee members. I'm pleased to give you an update on our 3-year use of ESSER 2 and ESSER 3. I'll start with a caveat that we have, this is an overview of our use of ESSER. We've released a public-facing ESSER plan on our website, which we update as obligated approximately every 6 months. The next one you can expect in the new year. So if you have more questions about the specific investments we've made, we can get you that information. ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 combined, as it's been said, was over was almost a $400 million investment for the district. What you're seeing here is the breakdown in the types of investments that the district has made with that funding. The first category, $149.7 million for schools and for school hold harmless, reflects dollars that were on school budgets at the discretion of the school communities to decide how best to address the impact of the pandemic and to plan for the future. The next large categories you'll see are district-wide investments. It's a bit of a misnomer, as I'll get into later. The majority of those investments actually were in schools and supporting students and educators. And the one other thing I'll note on this table that may be different from previous versions that you've seen is that we've allocated $16.5 million on ESSER to support collective bargaining costs from this year. That was one of the things that allowed the district to reach the agreements that it had in the previous year. We're projecting, we have a plan for every dollar, as you see here, but we are projecting through vacancies and underspending in some areas to save at least $8 to $12 million of those funds. And later, Chief Cooter will explain some of how we're planning to make sure that we still get value out of those underspent dollars. What you're seeing here is a little bit more detail about how those big categories have been spent over time. So each column corresponds to the categories on the previous page, and the progressive blue blocks illustrate how our spending in these areas has accelerated over time. So in 2022, as you'll see, district-wide investments only spent about $47 million. At that time, there were some questions about, will we spend every dollar of ESSER? FY22 was largely still a planning year for both central office and for schools. And what we saw last year and what we're seeing this year is the rates of spending we would expect to maximize this investment. Before I walk you through the information that's on here, I'll just say this is not a description of what we're planning to continue on after ESSER. Those decisions are still being made, but rather this is an illustration of how schools have planned to use the funds allocated to them this year. You'll note that a very small proportion is on expenses and personnel that are related to operations. The vast majority of schools' dollars are going to classrooms and students or to building educator capacities. Of note, there is a very significant school-based investment in FTEs, and over 195 of those are in classrooms. A few things that I'll note about that are that schools had the opportunity to select a number of expenses and personnel to transition off of their ESSER budget and onto the general fund last year. And we also asked them this year what kinds of expenses and personnel they were most concerned about getting district support to sustain. And the largest category by far that schools raised their hand and said, I want help with this. The largest category was positions related to special education and inclusion, and as Chief Cooter has highlighted, that's the area where we'll be making the most significant investment going forward. This is a similar breakdown of types of expenses for those district-wide investments, more on the operations and administrative side, but that's largely because the majority of our facilities and operations spending was central. We didn't ask schools to use their own funds to make repairs and support their own purchase of air conditioners. and still over 70% of our dollars are going directly into supporting student programs, building educator capacity. The benefit of that is that we were able to direct resources to address the pandemic. The trade-off is that some of those resources, some of those 49 FTEs that are supporting students right now will be phased out. But again, we've been thoughtful about some of the ways that that key positions can be sustained after ESSER. We don't necessarily have long-term student outcome data, but we do know that we've already gotten results from some of the investments that schools and that the district has made. And we're definitely seeing delivery of services as we would expect. This is just a snapshot of a few of the results that we're seeing from our academic investments. The first bullet I'll highlight here is that schools had the opportunity to use their school quality plan to monitor the progress that they were seeing for student outcomes from the investments that they were making, and the vast majority of the ones that were making academic-oriented investments, 78 schools, said that they did see progress on the academic outcomes that they expected based on their ESSER investments. There's a couple other things to celebrate up here. We've created over 60 new outdoor teaching and learning spaces that will persist beyond the life of ESSER, and we were able to do some immediate pandemic recovery, like offering district-wide access to interventions like Lexia and Nearpod that students actually used. Over 20,000 students used those purchases to support our academic recovery. And then finally, I'll highlight some of the successes we've had with our social, emotional, and operational investments. Again, the majority of schools that intended to make improvements to school culture and climate or family engagement with their ESSER funds saw improvements in those areas. We were able to do things like as a district, like offer every student who wanted one a seat for summer school. And we saw specific programs like academic mentoring and anti-bullying programs make the initial impact that we would have expected them to make. At the same time, we did things like prepare para-educators and aspiring educators to take the MTEL, over 1,500 in less than 2 years of that program, and launched and fully staffed 12 new community hub schools. I know the end of ESSER looms large, and there are steps that we have taken from the beginning to plan for the end. One of the first things that we've talked about a little bit is to identify one-time costs. These are things like some of the ones I've highlighted, but also include buying new musical instruments for almost every single elementary and high school. We've made sure that all of the positions that were created with ESSER funding and were posted with very clear language highlighting that they are temporary positions. Even though we know a number of them will be sustained after ESSER, we wanted to be clear with employees that the funding they were on was temporary. And we have also built up some district progress monitoring systems to understand which initiatives have been successfully implemented and how many students they're impacting. And we hope that that data will inform the decisions that remain for us ahead.
As we transition the conversation, we wanted to just take a moment to highlight a new strategy that we're presenting to you tonight, and that I'll talk more in detail, but it's the idea of using some of the carryover unspent funds to cover the district's summer costs in August and July of next year. One of the things you'll note is that ESSER technically does not end until September 30th, which means the spending can continue at least in portion in fiscal year 25. Seeing this photo reminded me that the other day I was in a grade 2 classroom talking about our budget. as part of the curriculum, they read a letter to the CFO asking and advocating for parts of their budget. And I was trying to explain to them the difference between $1 million and $1 billion. And the way I explained it to them is 1 million seconds is 11.5 days. 1 billion seconds is 34 years. I point that out at this point in the presentation because while this feels very long, I promise that is a $1 billion budget. We're trying to do this as quickly as possible. I promise we're in the closing stretches talking about our budget this evening. With that, I want to talk about the Reimagine School Funding Project, which the superintendent mentioned in her opening remarks. This has been an 18-month project where we formed a group of external stakeholders and asked them to think deeply about our budget and to reimagine school funding in Boston. Our goal was to authentically engage our community, to redesign the funding policy, to more equitably support each child, to achieve and thrive with a focus on our students and families that have been historically marginalized. We recognize that with the end of ESSER, with the significant expense of hold harmless over multiple years, that we had practically moved away from a weighted student funding district and needed to be thinking differently about how we would fund our schools in the future. Last month, the steering committee for Reimagine School Funding presented their recommendations to the superintendent. And I wanted to highlight 4 key recommendations from the group and talk a little bit about how it will influence our thinking for FY25 planning. The 4 recommendations are that they wanted to fully fund resources needed for students with disabilities and multilingual learners first at every school. They also wanted to ensure a baseline of funded resources that students and families can expect for all students. And to better equip all schools with resources to support academic and behavioral interventions. This set the stage for us to be thinking about our inclusive opportunities and to fully fund those at our schools. These recommendations that we've highlighted here have informed our thinking in 2 ways. The first is we do intend to move away from a purely enrollment-based funding model. In particular, we recognize the inequity that is created by pushing the cost of half-full classrooms onto individual schools. The district needs to take more responsibility for setting school capacity and for ensuring that schools are able to provide flexible funds to serve their students regardless of how full their classrooms are. These recommendations also have an obvious intersection to the inclusion planning as well. And this year, we're working with school teams to start by designing more inclusive schools. And then, once they've finalized the services and programming for their students, the funding then follows that plan. And so it's really a deeper look into student needs and how to better serve the students in their individual schools. Our FY25 planning process begins by reviewing comprehensive data about the students we expect to serve and what schools they will attend, what grades they're in, and their overall needs. While we continue to see enrollment decline for the 6th consecutive year, this year we're starting to see a leveling off in the total number of students in BPS after a stark decline during the pandemic. This year enrollment fell by 545 students, or 1%, which is the smallest single-year decline since 16-17. It's really important for us to emphasize, and when we consider our policies and reactions to enrollment trends, it's really important to note that these enrollment trends are not unique to BPS. We're seeing a decline in overall school-aged youth in the city of Boston, throughout Massachusetts, and throughout the New England region. Simply put, people are having fewer children later in life. More detailed information about our projected enrollment and some of the trends that we're seeing are included in the appendix, and Jamie's here, of course, to be able to answer more of your questions. The FY25 budget will be about building the foundation to do the transformational work we need to do, but have been avoiding for decades. We need to think about FY25 and how best to support our schools, but more importantly, we need to think 3 to 5 years down the road. We need to be planning and building our district that is more inclusive. And we need to shift away from the hold harmless funding and close excess classrooms to be able to reinvest those dollars in our schools. We must also continue to evaluate our current spending to determine what should continue and what should end. And I'd be remiss if I didn't note, Chair Robinson always points this out. We must always evaluate how we're using our resources. And if they're not meeting the needs of our students, we need to repurpose those dollars to get better outcomes. This is not simply about adding more spending, but to think holistically about our budget and to get better outcomes for all of our students. Earlier, Shira presented the FTEs, the full-time equivalent positions, associated with schools and central office spending on ESSER. We can't talk about the FY25 budget process without discussing our plan for the many positions funded on ESSER. This slide summarizes the personnel and ongoing costs that have been funded, both at the school level and central offices. Some school-based costs previously funded on ESSER will not continue in the operating budget in FY25. The size of ESSER funding makes this impossible. This will result in some temporary positions ending as we further align school budgets to prioritize our strategic investments, our current needs, and our enrollment. Having said that, I want to make a connection to one of our earlier slides. David shared with you our current year vacancy rates. We currently have nearly 600 vacant positions. Combined with our typical turnover rate in a district of over 10,000 employees, we anticipate that most of the employees who are in these temporary positions will have the opportunity to serve in different positions next year. This isn't about necessarily our employees, but about where they may be best serving our students in the next fiscal year. The other thing I want to remind the committee is the important work we did last year in anticipation of the end of ESSER. Under schools, under section in this table, you'll notice there are two funding buckets. The first, which Shira has talked about a little bit, is what we refer to as the school plan. Based on community feedback, we funded all schools on a per pupil basis for 3 years. We originally allocated nearly $50 million to schools and asked them to design a 3-year plan and also consider how that plan will be phased out at the end of ESSER. Last year, in anticipation, we moved a portion of these school plans onto the general fund. This was meant to sustain the most critical funding for strategically aligned elements of the school plan. So that's work that we've already done to begin sustaining ESSER. The second bucket under schools is the hold harmless move to ESSER. Last year, we asked schools to move half of the positions budgeted as part of their hold harmless to the general funds from ESSER. From the general funds to ESSER. Said that exactly backwards. You're all paying attention because I saw you all go to correct me. That was good. Got you. This was intended for 2 reasons. First, so that hold harmless funding, to signal that hold harmless funding was temporary and that individual school communities needed to prepare for changes in the future years. The second thing that we were hoping to signal is that after years of hold harmless, our school leaders needed to go through the exercise of prioritizing within their budgets. We asked them to consider, within that hold harmless funding, what they would prioritize if they needed to make difficult trade-offs. Higher priority positions remained on the general fund, and lower priority positions were moved to ESSER. The big takeaway is that our planning over the last 3 years has both consistently forecasted the end of ESSER for school communities and has focused on minimizing the impact of the end of ESSER on individual school budgets. And at this point, I would really be remiss if I did not take a moment to highlight the significant financial contribution from the City of Boston that has made this planning possible. The mayor has demonstrated unwavering support for our schools and has prioritized investing in BPS year over year. This is a slide we've never presented before and is intended to provide you with a little bit of a look under the hood. For you budget nerds out there, this slide is for you. Boston is I wasn't going to look at you, I promise, but since you raised your hand. Boston is a dependent school district, which means that we receive our funding from the municipality, and we do not have the financial flexibilities separate from the City of Boston. This is different from independent school districts, which exist in states like Texas or California. Those districts are governed by a different set of financial rules and have independent taxing and borrowing authority. In Massachusetts, what this practically means for us is that the school districts don't have the ability to carry forward funding from the city of Boston that are unspent at the end of the year. So it is a use it or lose it situation with our general fund. So the first row in this table shows that our fiscal year ends June 30th for our general fund, what we'll sometimes refer to as Fund 100. That's the money we receive directly from the city. There's no carry forward option. We spend it all. As David mentioned, we try and maximize as much of those resources in a fiscal year. Here's the part that we haven't shared quite as transparently in years past, is how do we manage to get to such a tight number on a $1 billion budget? And that's because we have several carry forward options using multi-year grants from the federal government. So Title I, for example, which ends on August 31st of a fiscal year, is a 2-year grant that has a 15% carry forward option that we can exercise year over year. For our Title I allocation, that means that we can carry about $6 million forward from one year to the next. We typically use that $6 million as our flexibility and insurance against unanticipated costs to be able to prevent us from having to do spending freezes or hiring freezes if we have a situation with food and nutrition services or we have an issue with transportation that causes cost overruns in any given year. The other entitlement grants, which include IDEA, our grant for English learners, our professional development, federal grants, those also have a 2-year grant option and do not have a maximum that we can carry forward on them. This year, as we previewed earlier, we have another flexible funding stream, which is the timing of ESSER. What makes ESSER unique to all those other funding sources is the flexibility that it has in terms of what is allowable expenses on ESSER. ESSER was created with the intention of supplementing or, supplanting lost revenue in the event of a recession. So it's incredibly flexible in terms of what expenses we can have hit ESSER. What that means is as we think about our expenditures going into FY25, we have the ability to reclassify expenses and move them onto ESSER without having to worry too much about how allowable it is. This is a fancy way of saying that we can carry some of that funding and use it flexibly to cover unforeseen costs in FY25 or to sustain some of the work we have done if we don't have planning. Now, of course, that's a one-time solution. It's not a sustainable option, but as we start to think about how we balance our budget and we think about a multi-year step-down approach after ESSER, it is one of the flexible options that we have. The last thing is that we receive Circuit Breaker, which is a state funding for high special education costs. This is a reimbursement from the state for our most expensive special education costs. Best practice is for us to carry 1 year of revenue in that Circuit Breaker grant so that we have the cost to cover unanticipated special education costs in any given year. Over the pandemic, we have been able to build up that 1 year carry forward in Circuit Breaker, which did not exist in prior fiscal years. And so we've used that to create a healthier system going forward. The way we're thinking about that exception, those Circuit Breaker carry forward for next year, is that this is our sort of outlet valve when we think about unanticipated inclusion costs and how we might respond to school needs throughout the school year as we pilot more inclusive practices throughout the next year. I'll close by just starting with the 3 points that I opened with to remind you what we're hoping the big takeaways from tonight's presentation are. The first is that while the last few years have been about stabilizing the student experience and recovering from the pandemic, as a district, it's now time for us to look to the future of BPS and that we need to think about reshaping our district to be more inclusive and to serve the students better and close opportunity achievement gaps. The second is that while the end of ESSER will be disruptive and will lead to a net decrease in FTE across the district, we have been working for multiple years to prepare and minimize the disruption to individual school communities. Having said that, the last thing I want to emphasize is that the finance team views ourselves as key partners in the work and partners of individual school leaders. Tomorrow, we'll be joining the School Leader PD to support them in the design of their budget process. We're going to be working with school leaders to design their budgets. And so when we come back to you on February 7th and present a balanced FY25 budget, you know that we're doing so after listening to and partnering with the many talented school leaders that we have and our many district leaders in our central office budgets. The last thing I'll just point out in terms of transparency, that it might surprise most people to find out how early in the year we begin our budget process. We're launching, as I mentioned, the school budget process this week, and it's built around two key deadlines. That February 7th state law that says we have to come back to you with a balanced budget. And the second thing is we really do focus on making sure we have the best opportunity to hire teachers, which means that we want to be able to post all of our positions by March, so that it really does behoove us as a district to go ahead and do our budget process this early. On this slide, the key dates that you see in the process, if they are in green, there are opportunities for the community to come and participate in our budget process. I like to think that we've had a participatory budget process before. It was cool. And the opportunities in red are internal deadlines in our design process that you're aware of when we work with our city and school partners. And then lastly, one of my personal goals and the goals of the finance team is to make sure people know how to engage in the budget process. We want to hear from our communities. This is especially true in a year where we have major changes coming at the end of ESSER. We want people to be able to participate, so we're going to publish our schedule. We're going to encourage people to come out to our budget hearings, to ask their questions and advocate for their schools, tell us what they want us to invest more in, tell us what they want us to invest less in, tell us everything that they think about our budget. We're all ears. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to you, Chair Robinson, for your questions.
Great. First of all, thank you all for this presentation, bringing us up to date. Really liked hearing all of the issues around ESSER. So thank you very much. So now we're ready to open it up.
Feels weird being on this side after 3 years of working closely with you all. I definitely had the privilege of seeing a very small portion of the work that you all do in terms of preparing the budget. And I just want to say thank you again for all the work that you do. You ended in a good note about community engagement. I think that's something that we constantly hear at every school committee, regardless of what theme, topic, concerns, initiatives, opportunities. One thing that I really liked the mayor's office did the first year was sort of like asking the community what do they want to see, and then the second year was more about educating the community. What is the budget process? What does that mean? What are the opportunities for me to participate? It sounds like there's some work that's been done already, but it would be something to really think about. Superintendent just forever of always doing that educational piece. I think that's what we always miss sometimes, because we just have the assumption that people know what we're talking about, and some of our students and families don't know. BSAC might not know. So just wanted to amplify more on like the importance of community engagement, not only just in the chamber, but definitely like how can BPS meet the community where they're at, or even like in the spaces that we already have instead of reinventing things. Would love to be part of that conversation and strategizing, even if it's not for FY25, but hopefully I'm here and we can talk about future budget process. I don't have any specific questions today. I think for me, all the proposals that we're seeing coming our way that potentially would be rolling into the new school year, new fiscal year, those would be the ones that I want to come super prepared to ask you all questions, specifically on the inclusion education program when we're thinking about our multilingual learners, our students with special education. Like, I think those are the two main things that I really want to look into. But I'll just leave my comments there, and I'm looking forward to see you all, not only in February, but definitely would love to meet with some of your teams just to get to know you and learn more about the specific jobs that you have, because I know what Nate and David does, but we'd love to meet everybody else on the team. So thank you.
They do the real work, so that'll be good for you to get to know them.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Gracias por la presentación. Definitivamente esto comenzó hoy con esta presentación, pero sé que van a haber muchas preguntas, pero yo tengo curiosidad por saber los fondos del título 1 y estoy aprendiendo que no se utilizaron este año, ¿cuántos fueron?
So thank you for the presentation, and most definitely today, we started today with the presentation and there will be a lot of questions. But I'm personally curious. I want to know more about Title I. I'm learning. So there were funds that they were not used, and I would like to know how much.
For fiscal year 23, the amount of unspent Title I going into is the 15%, so approximately 6 million of unspent Title I.
6 millones que no se gastaron. Tengo entendido que el título 1 es el dinero que va a cada escuela, ¿verdad? Entonces, 6 millones, para clarificar, dices que 6 millones no se utilizaron en el año 2023.
All right, $6 million. Just to want to make sure, it's Title I, this was money that was that it is sent to each school. So there were $6 million that was not spent in fiscal year 2023.
So thank you for that clarification. Our money is sent in 2 places. So there are some district-wide programs that are run using Title I, like summer school programs. And then there are some programs, dollars that are allocated to schools. The $6 million reflects a combination of central office and school-based programs, and doesn't necessarily reflect last year's underspending, because we carried a balance from the previous year's Title I into last year. So effectively, we more or less spent our full Title I allocation last year, but we had carried a balance forward from the previous year that we had to spend first, and we therefore had another $6 million that we're carrying forward into this year. If you would like, we could prepare more detailed information for you about underspending on specific school budgets, so you can understand that more deeply, but I don't have that with me tonight.
Sí, es algo que me interesa porque yo puedo ver que cada escuela puede decidir cómo van a gastar más efectivamente los fondos. Entonces, si nosotros podemos conseguir que los padres se involucren en estas decisiones y los padres puedan decir cómo quieren gastar este dinero, sería más efectivo. Por ejemplo, aprendices del idioma inglés, los programas que tiene la escuela. Cómo incrementar, cómo hacerlo más efectivo.
Yeah, I'm very interested. And I see that there are funds allocated to each school, which means that each school get to decide how to spend the money more effectively, which leads to how to engage parents on have a say on how to spend the money more effectively, especially for English language learners, more programs for them, and how to get involved and spend the money more effectively.
I think one of the resources we're really excited to be introducing in this calendar year through our business services team, in a bit of a restructuring we did, is our role of a procurement partner. So before, our team was very reactive to schools when they went to spend their money. A school would make a requisition through the central office process, and we would sort of react to that requisition and help them create a purchase order for the company that whatever they were trying to buy, goods or services. In our new structure of our business services team, we have this role called procurement partner. And part of what they're going to be rolling out over the next 6 months as we plan our school year 25 spending is more of that proactive partnership with schools on their procurement. I think our budget team has done a lot of really good work partnering with schools on budget planning, but where our finance division has sort of historically stopped then is building those spending plans with schools. We've left them on their own to do that. And so in this new structure, we're very excited to now have sort of the resources and organization we need to be able to really support schools, not just through the budget process, but then in how they actually are making a plan to spend their money. And you know, one of our common lines in school leader PDs is make our lives harder to balance the budget at the end of the year, spend every dollar you've got at the school level, right? And so we still have a ways to go to get there, but it's very much important work. We'll be excited to update you on it later in the year.
Sí. Muchas gracias. Es importante la involucración de la familia, que puedan preguntarle a la familia a través de los concilios de padres, que ellos se involucren en estas tomas de decisión, porque ellos saben qué necesitan más sus hijos. Cada escuela tiene una necesidad en particular. Entonces, ellos son los que tienen que decidir cómo quieren gastar los fondos, cómo quieren que las escuelas distribuyan esos fondos. Porque siempre estamos pensando en que no hay dinero, pero me doy cuenta que del título 1 quedaron 6 millones. Entonces, esos 6 millones pudieron haberse hecho un mejor aprovechamiento.
So it is very important to get parents, to engage parents, especially the parent council or the site council parents out there, that they need to get engaged in how to make decisions, because they are the ones who know better what needs their kids have. And specifically, like each school, they can have particular needs. And those parents should get engaged, decide how to spend that money. And for example, I realized that, you know, people say there's no money, but I just learned there's $6 million of Title I, and people have to take advantage of that.
Exacto. Finalmente, ya para no pasar mi punto, me llama mucho la atención el modelo de inclusión. Decimos que vamos a tener 9.6 millones para el modelo de inclusión. Entonces, esto está comenzando, pero tengo curiosidad por saber cuántos maestros bilingües van a contratar, cuántos especialistas van a contratar para que puedan apoyar a los maestros en el cómo lo van a hacer, cómo va a ser, si tienen un deadline de cómo van a hacer, cuántos maestros van a contratar, cuántos especialistas, métricamente, paso por paso, cómo vamos a distribuir esos 6.6 millones para lograr esto.
And finally, I know I'm running out of my time. It caught my attention, the inclusion model. There's 9.6 million there. And this is the beginning, right? We're the beginning phase of thinking about this, how to implement this. So my question is, how many bilingual teachers is the district planning to hire, or specialists to support the main teacher? Is there a deadline, or is there a metric? How many teachers specialists and bilingual support teachers, just to have that in mind based on the 9.6 million.
Social work, apoyo socioemocional para nuestros estudiantes. ¿Cómo vamos a hacer esto? Cuando tengamos en una sala de inclusión un estudiante que no está entendiendo, que no habla inglés, pero tampoco habla español, ¿cómo vamos a apoyar a ese estudiante? ¿Quién va a estar detrás apoyando a este estudiante que no está entendiendo nada? Un estudiante que también tiene alta necesidad especial, que necesita también un apoyo. Los maestros van a tener mucho. Ellos son héroes, pero desde hace mucho tiempo se han convertido en psicólogos, maestros, trabajadores sociales porque tienen que hacer mucho. Y quiero saber cómo vamos a hacer esto.
And also the social emotional support, because we're talking about inclusion model. So for example, what will happen to a student who doesn't speak English, who doesn't speak Spanish, and then another student, a different student, who has special needs? And what are we gonna do about them? For the teachers are like heroes right now. They play a lot of roles. They're psychologists, they're social workers, and so on. So how are we planning to do this?
So, this isn't so much their question, but I will take a shot at this one. So, I always love your questions, Rafa. So, for instance, a student that doesn't have any language framework and is an interrupted learner in the past, that SLIFE student would just have a teacher. After last year, we added a bilingual social worker to the SLIFE classrooms. You got it?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got it here.
And so that's an example where we recognize the social emotional and acted on it. One of the things that's happening with the inclusion planning teams is they've put forward a plan looking at what their current staffing is. So if their current staffing does not have sufficient bilingual staff, then their plan should reflect their intent to hire. And that's one of the things that Dr. Chen's team is looking at. Last year, when we did the move from ESSER to the hard budget of positions that would support inclusion and multilingual learners, we encourage schools to put onto the hard budget bilingual paras and bilingual staff, knowing they would need them. And so most of our schools did that, which was good. To do, in order to have enough bilingual staff for all of the programming, we are actively developing pipelines. And some of those pipelines are para pipelines to teachers, teachers who are bilingual. One of the things Human Capital is doing is we want to early hire as many staff who have diversity of language. So this is a major priority for us this year.
Thank you.
I thank you for the presentation. Actually, I have several questions, but I guess in the spirit of time, I'll sort of reduce it to one, maybe two. My first question is as I'm thinking about this as a parent, I'm particularly drawn to, I think, slide 25 when I'm looking at the next 3 to 5 years. And so just that second bullet point about making historic investments to transform all BPS schools. And I guess my question is there a plan of rethinking how we're getting support from the city in that strategy? If we're reconsidering just sort of student weighted formula, things like that, what's your vision over the 3 to 5 years for that, if that changes?
Yeah, I think there's two parts to that. I think one, we do benefit from having great city partners who have been working with us and who are open to sort of shifting the funding formula. I think one of the things about weighted student funding in our budget process is we usually start by identifying sort of what is level service cost, what does it cost to operate our district next year at the same level of services, so that weighted student funding becomes an important baseline of funding from year to year. But as we recognize that weighted student funding was not adequate for funding all the things at schools that we want for our students, and as a parent, I can totally relate to when you look and you say, there's more here that I want for my kids. We wanted to reimagine it and start to redefine what it is that we expect to see in every school. This is the budget version of what Dell and her team are doing around the rubrics for our school buildings, to say, what does the school building need to have? What does the school operating budget need to have? As part of that, we start to redefine what is our baseline budget. And so it takes the city commitment to come in and say, yes, we're also committed to funding at that level, to increase funding to be able to support our inclusive plan. The mayor's already come out and said that she's committing $50 million over 5 years for inclusion. That's the start of the process. We've also had commitments that as we start to make hard choices around classroom closures and reconfigurations, that the money that we are able to save through that, we're able to then reinvest in new programs and supports for our students. So making those tough decisions about closing a third grade classroom that is empty is not just to save money, but it's to really improve the overall experience across. And that comes from a commitment from the city to continue to fund us at the high per pupil level that they've been funding us over the last few years, and they continue to grow that per pupil funding in future years.
Hi, thank you guys, and congratulations on this past year's budget as well. I'm trying to think where to start. I guess on slide 26, and maybe it makes sense to pull it up. And I have a few questions. It says 500 ESSER funded positions currently working in schools. These will be perceived as budget cuts. Does this mean we're proposing these budget cuts? And then if so, won't they actually be budget cuts? And if not, what does that mean on the ground? Like, what should schools anticipate here?
Yeah, I think what's interesting is that I think we're in a place where the city, with the city's continued commitment to BPS, we're going to be continuing to see major investments in inclusion. We need to think about the fact that it can't just be seen as a progress if basically new funding comes on and everything that we've done gets to continue. Particularly with ESSER, we need to look holistically and say, not everything that we've been spending ESSER dollars on should continue. And for what it's worth, not everything that we spent ESSER dollars on was planned to continue. Some of it was targeted intervention work to get kids caught up post-pandemic and then to push us forward. So ESSER is going to go away. So the individual schools have to go through the process in their budget of balancing and seeing that line item in their budget go. And they're going to be getting new investments around inclusion. They're going to be getting new dollars for new classrooms in certain models, but they're going to have to make trade-offs within that. And so we're going to be working with those school leaders to understand those trade-offs, to sort of share with them what we're seeing in their colleagues in similarly situated schools. But at the end of the day, I think there are going to be positions that schools have this year that will not be in their budget next year.
And do we have a projection of how many those are?
It's really too early in the process for us to be able to say that. I think that's the hard work that we do with the schools, because there's all those changes that schools are going to make in reflecting on what worked for them, what didn't work for them in their budgets. You know, we have a number of school leaders who have inherited this hold harmless budget for multiple years, and they're going to be thinking critically about those budgets and say, you know, if I took over a high school this year, as a head of school, there's a lot of choices within a high school schedule, a lot of choices within high school administrations that a school leader may think and evaluate. And so, you know, those are the tough choices we're going to make. When we come back to you in February, we'll have a much clearer picture of the total number of FTE changes that we'll see across funding sources. There will still be some flexibility, as Chair Robinson knows, that we've built into the budget process to be responsive to things that we learn throughout the process. And that will be the first time also that we will start to see the impact on individual employees, whether they're staying in their same school but in a different position, or whether they need to compete for a position in another school.
But fair to assume that there's 500 current positions on ESSER that are sort of in serious question around redistribution.
Mm-hmm.
And then potential cuts unless there's like a major increase to the general fund. Right, that would match that dollar amount.
Yeah, I would agree with how Chief Cooter framed it, What I would say is the real unknown here is kind of two parts. One is there may be vacancies, right, among those. And given the vacancy rates these guys talked about, it was hefty. The second is, as schools put forward their inclusion plan, some of the positions that may be sitting on ESSER are related to special education, bilingual, multilingual education, social, emotional, basically our priority areas. And so it could be that as part of their IPT, they're building back an equivalent kind of position. So a good example would be they may have or they might have put onto ESSER a special education resource teacher because, in fact, the numbers just didn't qualify for it, and they knew that that was something that was like soft. In their inclusion planning team, they might decide they want to hire back an inclusion teacher as opposed to a resource teacher. And so that could be funded on the IPT and come off of the ESSER list. So that's why it's not really a science yet to look at the number trade-offs.
But it's, I can't see this far away, so, and I had LASIK a long time ago. It's like $90 million. It's more than that. How much is it that we're talking about for those 500?
It's about, on the school side, it's about $70 million.
$70 million. So there's, we have to see,
Oh,
just like
there's
balancing my own checkbook sort of thing. Like mathematically, you'd have to see a major increase to the general fund to be able to cover it. So
correct.
I'm just like not,
Yeah, no, there will definitely be, again, some portion of the positions are empty, but yes, there's definitely going to be positions that were temporary, and they've always been built as temporary.
Yeah.
And the expectation is those will go away.
Just a few more quick questions, just following up on this. On, what slide is this, Brandon? On slide 19, you note that we have ESSER dollars available for carryover to fund summer, and some expenses up until January, right? Because it has to be encumbered September, spent by January. How much of that 276 million in ESSER does that carryover represent? How much are we carrying over that was unspent?
Based on current vacancy rates and the kinds of underspending that we've seen on contractual services in previous years, we're projecting $8 to $12 million. That's on slide 13.
Okay. And then it is fair to say, and this was a question I had last year about continuing to put positions on ESSER, while we have till September to show it's encumbered, and I think January to spend it, are we keeping positions on ESSER, or are we committing for this fiscal year that there will no longer be positions on ESSER? Okay.
For FY25.
Yeah. And then I guess while enrollment decline has slowed down, we're still showing a decline. What is the prediction about the amount schools will still be able to hold harmless, if anything? Is that a policy we eliminate in this budget, or is it a hold harmless phase out? And then tomorrow, right? Don't schools get their budgets tomorrow? Mm-hmm. Tomorrow schools gets their budget. So what is the hold harmless phase out look like, or is it over?
Yeah, it's a great point. I think as we think about our reimagined school funding world, one of the challenges is the hold harmless is based on the old world. So we felt like under the superintendent's direction, ripping the whole school hold harmless Band-Aid off at once was too much to do while we're still really interrogating what does the inclusion plan development look like, and we want to build our new reimagined budget based on that. So the reason we're not coming to you tonight with a proposal that says, here is our reimagined school budget method that we are asking, we're hoping we're going to use this season, the reason there isn't that here is that needs to follow our inclusion planning work, not drive it. And so while we know that some of hold harmless needs to go away, about half, which we put on ESSER last year, we want to keep the rest so that we can let the inclusive planning work drive the budget versus the other way around. So we're hopeful at this time next year, once we've completed that first round of work, we'll be able to present to you a really sort of detailed reimagined school funding plan that includes that and is driven by that inclusive work. So that's sort of, I think, what you can expect to see. That's what we're going to be explaining to school leaders tomorrow, and what hopefully builds on what they were expecting from last year's process.
Yeah, I would also add that we are sort of in the middle, you know, as we start to begin to do the inclusive ed work, where we are maintaining two systems. It's very similar with our Green New Deal work and optimizing our buildings and investments. That there's a return on investment as we consolidate, or as we're able to consolidate communities, but we won't actualize that for this budget cycle, right? We will start actualizing it actually in full in the next couple. But there are examples or glimpses of how important it is to do that. And a good example would be the class closures, where instead of, keeping as a district 50 or 60 classes that have either no kids or a couple kids that we can consolidate, now that's so many millions of dollars more we can invest in the broader school system. And so I think grade configurations are another example of that, where schools are stretching over, pre-K to 8 as opposed to pre-K to 6, where they can actually deliver better services for the kids. So it's those structural changes, because they really are structural, that we will be that we began last year, are emphasizing this year, and then we'll really kind of, with the work of the rubric and planning, and then kind of continued reconfiguration, be able to enhance and go quicker with in the next couple of years. Those are investment dollars.
Yeah.
There's also some one-time, expenditures that we won't have as a continuing cost, moving forward. And so as a result, our what we call maintenance won't be as high.
Mm-hmm.
And there's also efficiencies. Like our departments are doing an excellent job, particularly in operations when we look at transportation and food service, and then certainly special education, of just making sure we're being efficient with the work, with the dollars that we have. And so there's just lots of it's like a collective impact of strategy.
And I have two final questions, and then I really will wrap. Last week there was the memo that sort of said there'll be mergers and consolidations in the spring. All of this will happen. I guess two things. Like, it's sort of like what comes first, but for a budget exercise, it will offer a lot of new information. And so where does where on the timeline do those announcements fit in, so that there's a different type of budget planning? And then at the same time, with classroom consolidations, am I finding out tomorrow that I'm collapsing classrooms based on projections? Because that informs planning. Or is those classroom consolidations part of a different timeline? Because like that facilities piece, I just can't say. Like, I didn't see it in the timeline for the budget process, but it's almost central to how we're thinking of having additional resources to cover the lost funds from ESSER. And so where does that fit in the mapping of the budget?
So for the larger changes in terms of grade reconfigurations and closures, the school communities have already been announced for the changes that we're going to be budgeting on. So any further announcements that happen in the spring would be on the timeline of FY26 planning. And I do think that that's an area where we need to be focused on to make sure that we are unlocking more resources that are currently spread too thinly across our district. For classroom closures, that is part of the messaging that we will be giving to school leaders. They've already received their enrollment projections for next year. Yeah. So school leaders who have a ton of experience have already opened up their projections, seen that they only have 20 projected kindergarten students, know that they used to operate 2 classrooms, and know that something's going to change. Under a weighted student funding, everyone would have been acutely aware of that. Under this new funding system, we're going to be working more, we're going to partner with them more and say, we've identified these classrooms, working with you, confirming what they're seeing in their projections, that we didn't miss anything, and then adjusting the budgets. The last thing I'll just note is there is, again, an intersection with the inclusion planning, which is to say that we want to make sure that as they're thinking about their inclusion model, that the available space in classrooms is not part of how they're creating the continuum of services in a particular grade level. And so that's why it's really, we were going to emphasize tomorrow, this is a partnership, it's not a, this is happening to you.
So there's not new resources coming from school consolidations, because there won't be any new announcements, to be
Correct,
fair.
not school, classroom, yes.
And then from the classroom closures or consolidations, do we have a number of how many less classrooms we're operating?
I think it's a range. Again, we have to check assumption.
And that will change as people do their
but,
planning,
yeah,
obviously.
we have a range.
Yeah, we're estimating somewhere between 25 and 50 classrooms that we'll be identifying across the district. And by classrooms at the high school level, it means something a little bit different in terms of optimizing their schedule, but cohorts of students at the high school level that we'll be identifying and reducing.
Right. And last year, leaders were very good. We did it as an exercise to build muscle in this area, and they actually closed 25 that they identified. So, our hope is that yield is going to be higher this year. But again, we don't want to assume, because sometimes there's something there that we might not be aware of, particularly with their IPT, and it's really crosswalking that.
That's helpful. I'm done, but if you can point me to where it's here, and maybe it's not there, maybe this is just where I need to wrap my head around. What is our revenue projection for next year? Or do we have that?
We won't come to you with a revenue projection until February 7th when we present our budget. That'll include both our general fund allocation estimate as well as our projected revenue for federal funds. I will say just generally we're projecting flat on the federal funds.
Yep.
Other than ESSER, which we are projecting.
And this is where we'll know more about the city as well.
Correct.
Copy. All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The hour's getting late, so I'll try to be brief. First of all, Chief Kuda, I appreciated when you said ESSER was to make up for a potential loss of funding, which actually didn't really happen, right? But more importantly, it was also supposed to make up for learning loss. And so as a student outcome-focused governance board, I really appreciated slide 17, where we talked about academic investments and how some results we actually saw. This is one of the first time we've actually seen a presentation on ESSER, where it was spent and what some of the outcomes were. So I'm deeply appreciative of that, as I am of this whole presentation, which is really designed as a high level, here's what happened on ESSER, and here's some initial thinking about the budget. So I'm not going to dive into big details. I will say, and I was just going to bring this up as well about the outlook on revenues. When we think about it, at least the majority party in the House right now has proposed decreases in Title I, Title IIA, 3, 4, IDEA. At best, it's probably going to be flat, right? And then it depends upon what the allocations are through the state and then ultimately to us. So, nothing from federal. State, even with the millionaire's tax that's supposed to be going to education, I'm not seeing a big increase from state to the city. And the state comes to the city, and then that helps decide the city allocation to us, right? So there's not a big increase potential from the state. And from the city, they have been enormously wonderful partners, and thank heavens we have a mayor who has been extremely supportive of the schools and wants to make improvement and is providing support for it. But we're all also residents and taxpayers in the city, and 75% of the tax base in the city is commercial, I think, roughly? So
I'll trust your math on that. It's not an area I'm as big of an expert on.
Okay, I'm guessing it's in around that. And we all see the half-empty office buildings in downtown Boston, and we read stories about office buildings that are selling for half the price that they were several years ago. You can be darn sure those landlords are immediately applying for tax abatements. So, the city revenue picture.
That's right.
is gonna be a challenge for the next couple of years. So it's not like we're gonna have big increases coming from the city beyond the fact that, again, we're very lucky to have a mayor who is enormously supportive of what we're trying to accomplish in the schools. So, and the last point I'll make is when we get to, you know, that slide that you were looking at where you said these will be perceived as budget cuts, right? And that's true, that, and that's why communication around this is so important. And I'm really appreciative you're gonna be working, and I've heard you several times, the whole team tonight, talk about working with the school leaders to arrive at a budget. I hope in particular, you know, we have such a wide variety of school leaders, right? We have some who have been doing this for a long time and knew 3 years ago when they were getting ESSER money, they're like, I'm not putting positions on that because I know it's going to happen 3 years from now. And they figured out other ways to spend it. And, you know, I'm not going to name names of schools, but there are some that clearly have been on the move and have figured out how to handle this, right? And then we have other school leaders that may be brand new. And they were given a budget by a predecessor, and they're still trying to figure out what's on ESSER, what's on general, what do I do, how do I communicate this? So as you work with these school leaders, I highly encourage you to learn from those, have them teach their peers, right? How to fish, right? Not just give them fish, so to speak, to use a metaphor now, but have the school leaders teach their peers about how they've handled this and how to communicate this with their school communities, so that an immediate reaction is not just, oh, this is a budget cut. But this was in fact extra funding that was provided for a couple of years by the federal government to make up for learning loss, which we have accomplished, and now we're in a different environment. And I think the district is doing what they can to make adjustments to the budget. But there will be some challenges, obviously, this year, and I like what you laid out. And by the way, congratulations on that balanced budget. And yes, as you kindly pointed out, there were some circuit breakers in there to make it happen, but it's still an enormously impressive achievement. John McDonough, our former CFO, will be quite pleased when he sees that 468 number, so.
That's right, that's right.
And he's probably watching from Hawaii right now.
I know, right?
But he'll be very proud of that. Those things that you laid out, I think, are cushioning the blow for the coming year. I'm quite frankly more nervous about the following year, which is why we will have to make some hard choices that you have laid out for the betterment of all of our students. And how we communicate that with our families and folks that are interested in our school leaders is critical, but having the school leaders understand that first so they can adequately explain it to their school communities, because that's who our school communities trust the most. So thank you for your work, and I look forward to the February presentation.
Yeah, I always appreciate that, and I think you always do such a nice job of explaining the full revenue picture, both from the federal government and the state. I just would add, for those of you who are looking to advocate at the state level for additional funding, the two ways that we most are impacted by state funding is we're asking them to fully fund the circuit breaker line in the budget. That's money that will go to BPS directly, and to fully fund the charter reimbursement. That's another line item in the state budget that is chronically underfunded. They have not fulfilled their commitment to the local districts on charter school funding, and that will lead to direct revenue to the city of Boston. Chapter 70 changes and increased funding in the overall pot actually doesn't help the city of Boston because ironically enough, we're a hold harmless district when it comes to the Chapter 70. So just as for all you advocates at home that are watching, Mr. Mudd and your friends, maybe you can advocate for those two things at the state level for us.
And transportation on circuit breaker.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. I know the hour is late, and most of my questions have been asked preliminarily. The one thing that I'm wondering about as we are looking at becoming fully inclusive, the issue of, you know, kids moving into general ed classrooms, making sure that we're leaving space. Are we under-enrolling, I guess, a classroom to make sure there is space for a child to move from a substantially separate et cetera, back in. And so the issue about how are we helping schools with that balance? But I think most importantly, following up with what Mr. O'Neill said, was about the issue of how are we really educating our families around the major changes that are coming to this district with all of these changes, including the consolidation of classrooms, et cetera, and helping people to understand the reasons why with the changing budget and the improvement of quality education for kids. I mean, it feels like it's separate to the dollar issue itself, but we really need people to understand the context of all of this. So as the dollars and the decisions are impacting their schools, they still have the bigger picture. Because I'm afraid people are going to be coming at us with, we need, this, that, or the other, without hearing this is a district-wide shift that we're looking at.
I mean, I think this is a great question, Chair. I think in general, we talk often that at all levels of the organization, including the community, we need to do a better job teaching about the budget. And so that is a commitment we're making. And I think for our school leaders, now that we have a sort of a stable principal core, it'll become easier in some ways to do that. And so that's going to be a big piece of like tomorrow's PD. We're calling it PD because it isn't just their budget, it's about understanding the context of it and then their particular context of their budget. To something that Member Polanco Garcia talked about, which was school site councils. At last year, we were, I think at the beginning, less than 37% of the school site councils were doing the parts that they needed to be doing to be school site councils. We're now in about the 94% range. And that's been with a lot of intentionality because those are the structures that you actually can really work with around something like budget so that they in turn can help to communicate with families. And so the school leader working with school site council, working with parent council, this is how we start to get the information out. So we'll be working closely with the family and community engagement side of the house to make sure that happens.
One more question for timeline. As we keep, because I know this will be adjusted and we'll see parts of the same thing again, just for the human element of this, which is that there are clearly there are things that will happen like 50 classroom closures, but like the math doesn't cover 500 positions, that's 50 teachers. So we're talking about possibly a few hundred positions where folks are let go. Some of them they know because they're ESSER funded, some may be I don't know. But in the timeline, I think from like a human level, I guess it would be important for us as a school committee to know like when those announcements get made too. So there's like the budget exercise and then there's like the human capital part of just making sure we're doing this in a really thoughtful and caring way because that's a big piece of what's about to happen.
Yeah, so this is a key part of probable org. Is you're setting the org up. And so human capital is sitting at the table, as are in the regional networks, human capital sitting at the table. We have mapped out to make sure that we're making all the deadlines and giving as much notice as possible. I think to Nate's point initially, we have over 600 vacancies in the organization right now. And so there should be ample opportunity for staff in particular areas to move over and fill a vacancy on the general fund, or perhaps fill a different kind of vacancy. It's that we always want to try to keep people that have been with us, but sometimes knowing with ESSER, there will be a shift, right? And so we'll just be working very closely with school leaders and human capital around this.
Great.
Can I add just one last thing? This is a non sequitur, but there are 9 members of our budget team who are all on the 4th floor right now, working hard to get the budgets out to school leaders and prepping for school leader PD tomorrow. I just want to say thank you to them because I know a number of them are listening to me drone on tonight. We can't do it without their dedication and their incredible hard work. They are the front lines for us in all the conversations. They are going to be part-time Excel wizards. They are going to be part-time counselors to their colleagues. But at their best, they are the strategic partners of our schools, putting their budgets together. And I just wanted to say thank you to all of them. I'll be up in a minute to help finish everything that's left to be done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone up there.
Well, thank you to those of you here and those upstairs, and we look forward to receiving the superintendent's preliminary fiscal year 25 budget recommendation on February 7th. We'll now move on to public comment on reports. Ms. Sullivan,
Thank you, Chair. We have no speakers.
is there any new business?
Madam Chair, may I just say one thing quickly? We had a pretty big crowd tonight from the Gardner pilot, and I'm not going to comment at all on a personnel matter because that's not appropriate as a school committee member for me to do so, but I did notice through the back window that when the parents and school community members got up to leave, they in fact went into a conference room, and the superintendent's team met with them for quite a while. And I just wanted to say I was appreciative that that happened.
That's right. That's right.
The
Deputy,
conversation happened with that community, for folks who took the time to come here, and I just wanted to thank you for
yeah,
that.
Dr. Eccleston and Deputy Chief Brito, I think, was in there. So yes, thank you very much. It's we always, when somebody testifies, we always try to do our best to make a connection and to solve what we can in that moment. And I think that was important communication, connection.
So I saw it through the door, and I just wanted to make sure to call it out.
Well, that concludes our business for this evening. The school committee will hold virtual meetings on Zoom from January through March, starting at 5 p.m. The committee's annual organizational meeting will take place on Wednesday, January 3rd at 5 p.m. Our next regular meeting will take place on Wednesday, January 10th at 5 p.m. Again, those meetings will be held virtually. The complete 2024 meeting schedule will be posted on the committee's website after it's formally approved at our organizational meeting. There's nothing further. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn this meeting. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or objection to the motion? Is there any objection to approving the motion by unanimous consent? Hearing none, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Happy holidays.
Happy holiday.
Happy holidays.